What up, Oreo eaters? How's it going, everybody? You have your milk and your Oreos? Are you prepared? The wait is over. Actually, I have shocking news. In an unexpected turn of events, someone else has done this. 14 Oreo flavors ranked from worst to best. Can you believe it? This article came out yesterday at 6:27 p.m. Danny Zoller. Worst of all, they've ranked them incorrectly. Now, I've only had 2 of the 14 flavors, but they're wrong in the ranking of those 2. So I suspect they're wrong in the ranking of all of them. You're right, Mousy. It is our ranking. So, Danny, we're going to need you here to discuss this and tell us how you came to your conclusions, your incorrect conclusions. That's all I'm saying. But we can compare our conclusions against hers. And do you guys want me to spoil it? Do you want take a guess which one Danny said was number 1? You won't believe it. Maybe you're just high on cookies, Mrs. Cassandra. Regular. That's a quality guess. And that's actually what I would have guessed. But you'd be incorrect. Nope. Well, first of all, she said dark chocolate was the worst of the 14. So automatically wrong. Automatically wrong. Hey, what's up, Jen? Mousy, I didn't want to spoil it, but I like the dark chocolate better than regular as well. But this, Danny's favorite one, get this, everybody. Ready? Wait for it. Chocolate peanut butter pie. She says that's the best Oreo. I mean, I've never had it, but I'm voting no automatically. That seems like crazy talk to me. I mean, that's a ridiculous conclusion, isn't it? Like, she's like, so, I mean, it's in the shape of an Oreo and it says Oreo, but it has nothing from the original Oreo. No, get out of here, Danny. They have all the necessary parts to create a decadent dessert. Pff, peanut butter, chocolate, and graham cracker. No, Danny, no. With these treats, the graham cracker cookie acts as the crust. What is this woman saying? This Oreo surprised us because it differs from the other specialty flavors. We absolutely love this one. I don't believe it. So therefore, I mean, maybe, what if we could get to this flavor and I'll be pleasantly surprised. I mean, this isn't even on my radar as a good flavor. But now I have to purchase them and try them because I think this woman is wrong. I think she's very wrong. We do need to rewrite the article, Mousy. We'll write our own version. I mean, I was shocked by this. Look at this. She has fudge-covered mint below. She's fudge-covered below chocolate peanut butter pie. See, I agree, John. I would never buy these of my own volition. Like, it doesn't even sound good to me. Mint flavor, mint's below it, double stuff's below it, originals below it, peanut butter cream's below it. This woman, she double stuffed gluten free is below toffee crunch lemon. Yeah, John, you want to come up? Sorry, I'm still hung up on Danny. I just saw this today because now the internet is like, you know who loves Oreos and everything Oreo? This gal. So it sends me all of the Oreo articles ever made. John, you can come up and share your thoughts. You don't have to. Whatever. I'll drop this here. Use it if you'd like. You can share your thoughts from the chat. Whatever you're in the mood for. I can tell you my thoughts. I'm a little over Oreo cookies. I'm a little tired of them. But I'm going to push through, and I'm going to continue tasting. And oddly, I dug my original Oreos out and put them on my table next to my computer. Like, I don't know why. You can have whatever avatar you want. I was going to change my avatar to an Oreo cookie, but I didn't think of that till like 10 minutes ago. Yeah, you can leave your mayhem guy up there. What if you have crazy thoughts about the regular Oreo? John's here, everyone. Welcome, John.
Hey, everybody.
You didn't get that body eating Oreos. Can you hear me? Can you guys hear him? What's happening? Are you there?
For some reason, I'm hearing an echo, but I'm on headphones.
I don't think it's me, but it could probably is me. So I open more things like this will stop it.
Oh, you don't hear me at all?
No, now I hear you, but I don't hear an echo.
Okay, now I'm not hearing an echo, but no one else can hear me?
That's okay. It's just us now. I'm like, can you guys hear him? Type faster, everyone. All right.
Okay,
All right.
good. Well, hopefully that's a good thing, Grace Case.
I do like it is interesting to hear everyone's voices because most people do not sound like you think. Or when you see their face, you're like, that's not the face I imagined. I could go for a little coffee with an Oreo. I'm actually, John, I'm going to be honest with you. I'm a little sick of Oreos.
Well, you started this early, didn't you? The taste testing?
Well, first of all, you peer pressured me into purchasing Oreos.
Yeah,
Actually,
yeah, it's all my fault.
you didn't peer pressure, but you like put that mind virus in my head. And then when I went to get my groceries, I'm like, I have 3 different packages of Oreos in this cart. This is out of control. But I only purchased one, and then I ate them like a maniac because they were so good. Then I purchased a second package of regular Oreos for this stream, and I ate like one of the little rows inside, and I was like, oh, well, 4 Oreos a day, every day, for several weeks. That's too much Oreo.
I can see why you'd be sick of them by now.
So I haven't had an Oreo in quite some a week. But I went too hard when I got them because I don't buy them that often. So it was like one of those like, oh my God, I have Oreos. These are delicious. And I would eat like 4 of them at a time. And then one day and I think this is a point I think we should make about the regular Oreos. I think if you don't get a fresh package, the experience is far different.
True, or if you get one where it's like partially crushed.
Yes. And you just don't know till you get home.
That's why, like, I think it was Mrs. Cassandra was saying that you could order them from like Walmart or places, and it's like, I'd be really worried if what kind of shape they'd come in.
A long time ago, I ordered the fudge covered ones from Walmart, and those arrived fine. But that's different packaging. It's in a box. Like the regular packaging, I don't think it's safe for transport.
It's barely safe to be on the store shelves.
That's true.
One little drop and
That is kind of the fun of them, though, is opening them up and being like, did I get a good package? What's happening in here? But the regular ones I bought at like my corner store, and I was like, these have been here a while, I think. They're like they're not the freshest. So that may be why I'm sick of Oreos too.
I've been pretty lucky. It's very rare that I've gotten stale Oreos.
I'm just saying, don't buy them at like a liquor store.
They may not have a fast enough turnaround.
That's right. And maybe that's a lesson. That's our first lesson for Oreo tasting. Stick to grocery store Oreos.
Well, I'd say you could try to buy them at that candy store / gym, but who knows what might be in the filling.
Something. Oh my God, I had an update on the candy store gym, and I can't remember what it is. I'll remember for tomorrow night. But something crazy happened there.
See, I usually mix it up when I go shopping. If I get multiple bags of cookies, like one will be Oreos, but then the other will be like chocolate chip or something else.
See, I never buy cookies. If I have cookies, I make them myself.
Oh, I am far too lazy for that.
I think because, well, clearly I've proven I can't be trusted with cookies in my house. Like, I mean, I was getting into the cookies by noon, John. Like, when I had the dark chocolate Oreos, I was like, I guess, yeah, I'm a little hungry. I'm going to have some of those. And I would have like 4 of them. It was out of control. And then I would be sad in the evening because I'd be like, I want more cookies, but I already had 4. But sometimes I had 2 more. I was like, it's out of control.
I'm usually pretty good with the cookies. Like, I'll have one. I'll just go and get one, and I have to restrict myself to that. So when I was younger, it'd be like I'm gonna have like 10 at a time. They'd be like, "Why does my
See,
stomach hurt?"
I think it's because I don't usually have Oreos in my house, so it was like a huge, or cookies in general. So it was like a huge treat. And then I left them out. I didn't put them in a cabinet so I could see them. And that was like the real downfall. Don't keep stuff like that in your line of sight. Because once I put the regular cookies in the drawer, I was like, I forgot they were here.
Oh, that's why I keep the cookies in the cabinet. Years ago, I had this giant corner desk that had more room than I ever needed, and I would stupidly keep like a box of Cheez-Its or some kind of snack food on it, and I'd be like, "Why am I going through the snack food so fast?" It was within easy reach. I just like snack on it without even thinking about it because it was right there.
Yeah, I used to do that at work because I would keep it like on my desk and then you're doing mind numbing work and I'd be like, I'll eat this food. So I had to switch to a bowl of fruit. I'm like, at least if you're eating all day, make it be something like semi healthy. All
Do,
right.
do Welch's fruit snacks count?
No, those are candy. They're straight up candy. And they get stuck in your teeth.
But they're good.
And I appreciate the marketing that they're like fruit snacks. I'm
It
like, I
should really
believe
say
you,
fruit
Welch's.
flavored snacks.
Yeah. Shouldn't like all of our food just say that? Like, this isn't real.
Pretty
Guys, we just
much.
put chemicals in here to fool you dum dums. Mousy, they're not fruit snacks.
Well,
They're candy.
don't they do that with some actual fruit? Because I thought I remember reading like a long time ago that some of the fruit, like when you buy it in the grocery store, isn't like they actually spray it with stuff to make it look the color it is.
Really?
I don't know how true it is. I don't even remember where I read it from. I just remember reading it and thinking that's really weird.
I believe that. Because, like, tomatoes, all the tomatoes we buy at the grocery store, they harvest those when they're green. And then I think they put them in some sort of building that whatever's in the air, whatever temperature, like fruit doesn't, or it slows down the ripening process so they can get it
Hmm.
to all of us. I don't know. Fruit roll ups. I haven't had fruit roll ups in years.
I haven't. I tried them once after, like when I was a kid, I liked them. But I tried them once as an adult, and I was like, I all I taste is chemicals.
That's how a lot of food is. I'm fascinated by the food that I enjoyed as a kid. And like, I would think my parents were crazy because they would make a disgusted face when I would ask for certain things, like the fruit roll ups. And I'd be like, what are they talking about? This is delicious. And then as an adult, you're like, oh, this is awful. How did I consume this? All right, should we analyze some Oreos? Let me pull our
That
question.
sounds like an idea. I have my milk, I have my cookies.
How do you prefer to eat your Oreos?
Dunked.
How long do you dunk for?
Mm, Probably around like 4 or 5 seconds.
Okay, because I'm a serious dunker. Like, I dunk until my Oreo is mushy.
So I just don't want falling. I'm just afraid that it's gonna fall off, and I have to dig it out of the cup. So I try
It
to
does.
avoid that.
I do too, but I have like a trick of doing it. Like, I pinch the cookie, and then when like I feel it begin to give way, then I'm like, "You're out." But you have to be like quick on that.
Yeah, you have like less than a second notice.
You you have to pay a lot of attention. But that's my favorite way to eat it is dunked.
I actually
Ooh.
figured out a trick. So I used to use like a coffee mug, fill it full of milk, and dunk in that. which is fine, and then drink the milk after. But most time, like I don't really want to drink. Sometimes I just want the cookies. I don't really want to drink a full cup of milk. So one time I had these. You ever go in the grocery store and you get like the 6 pack of like applesauce, like the little packages?
Oh yeah.
Well, I had some of those, and I'd cleaned them out for recycling. I had one sitting there. I'm like, that looks about the size of an Oreo. So I put milk in it, dunked in it, and it's like the perfect size.
And then you get just like a little swallow to like rinse it all down, but you're not stuck with a whole cup of milk.
Exactly.
That is smart. Do you keep one specifically for Oreo dunking now?
Yes.
Those are my favorite things in people's houses.
It's like just the really unusual shit.
Yeah. And you're like, why do you have this? And you're like, great question. That's my Oreo dipping cup. Do you keep it in a cabinet?
Yeah, I have it where my glasses and cups are.
That's awesome. I'm like, I love that. I love that advice. Because I was trying to figure out where you were going, and I was like, maybe he cuts the Oreo in half and he uses a shot glass. And I was like, that's a lot of work to dunk.
Yeah, and I'm lazy, so I wouldn't be doing that.
Exactly. You're like, I'll just coffee mug it. Or tiny applesauce cup it. I love that you came with that. All right, everyone. File that away.
Oh, Mrs. Cassandra, I hand wash. Otherwise, it just gets blown all around inside the dishwasher.
I was gonna say it would flip over every time and be filled with water. And
Yep.
you like you would get that's the kind of thing where you're like, ugh, furious.
Every single time I put a plastic container in the dishwasher to wash, it ends up right side up full of water.
That's so maddening. And the water in it is like not clean water. You're like, that's what's happening inside here?
Luckily, it's just going to the recycling bin, so I don't really care. Just a
I
little
put
annoying that I have, all my dishes are dry in there, and then I gotta try to take this plastic thing out without dumping water all over the place.
I put my recycling in my dishwasher too. I'm like, I have no time to clean this myself. Get in the dishwasher.
It depends on what it is. Like if you ever get like it looks like a tall plastic drinking cup, but it's what they put in in at least my grocery store. It's what they put the parfaits in. It's like those things. It's just disgusting inside. I'm not going to even try to hand wash that.
I'm like, I was thinking like pasta sauce jars, nut butters. Those I'm like, well, I use tiny spatulas too to clean them out as good as I can. But then I just throw them in my dishwasher. And it always makes me laugh because I'll like empty my dishwasher straight into like the garbage can. And I'm like, this seems wrong. Seems like I'm doing something wrong. I don't mind hand washing, but I much prefer turning on a dishwasher.
Well, supposedly, I remember hearing somewhere that if you use a dishwasher, it actually uses less water.
Yes. And you're supposed to, if you have any dishes you have to hand wash, you're supposed to hand wash them before you turn on your dishwasher because most of the energy used by your dishwasher is to heat up the water. So when you hand wash, your water's already getting heated up. And then you turn on your dishwasher. I don't know if that's true. I read it on the internet, like one of those.
Well, if it's on the internet, it has to be true.
Yeah. You know, when you read an article like that and you're like, I'll alter my behavior forever. And I did. Hey, Aesops. We are semi talking about Oreos about as seriously as I thought we would take it.
It's
I
cookies.
mean,
How serious can you really be?
exactly. And it's regular Oreos. Like, I mean,
We
sort
have to
of.
make it more exciting somehow.
Well, I can tell you this. My favorite part of the cookie, if I don't dunk it, is the chocolate wafer. So I will scrape off the inner frosting and then just eat the wafers.
See, I tried doing that when I was a kid because I had friends that would do that, and I'd seen it on TV. So it's like, all right, let's see what this is about. So I tried it. I'm like, I didn't really care that much for the chocolate wafers without the filling involved. It's kind of like an all-in-one for me. Like the pieces separately aren't as good as they are as everything all together.
Mm, I don't know. I disagree. I mean, I like the cookie dipped. Here's my preferred methods of eating it. Dipped in milk, separated, I just eat the chocolate wafer, then all together. But I'm never going to choose just the cream on a regular one. That could change with different flavors.
I don't think I've ever tried eating just the cream except when it was the regulars. Surprisingly, because I love the mint Oreos, and I've never even thought of trying to eat just the cream.
So you just dip every Oreo and you eat them the same every time?
Well, I dip most of them. Some like if I'm just gonna have one, like if I'm just going to grab one cookie, one or two cookies as a snack, then I'm not going to bother dipping them. Like I
But you're
said, I'm
just going to
lazy.
eat it as a complete cookie?
Uh huh.
I like it. You're like, listen, it's simple. You dip
Exactly.
or you eat it the way the company presented it to you. Stop messing with the Oreo. You know what, though? I will tell you this. Scraping the filling out is dangerous because one night I dropped the filling and I thought I was sitting on my couch watching YouTube. Who would have thought? And I thought that I had picked up the glob of filling, but the next day on my computer, I'm like, what's on the bottom of my computer? And it was Oreo filling. And
Oh,
I felt like a disgusting, like, it was like a shameful moment where I'm like, oh my God, I'm glad I'm alone because I have
that
Oreo
could have
filling.
been so much worse though. Imagine if it was a guy that did that and someone else saw it.
That's true. Like, and it took me a sec because I was like, what is this? I was like concerned. And then I'm like, oh, this is that Oreo filling you dropped last night like a pig. Like, it was a shot. I mean, it was a hard realization to go through. I'm like, I'm just smearing cookie filling on my electronics now. Calm down with the Oreos, is all I'm saying.
Well, at least I use a keyboard shelf now, so I don't really have to worry too much about getting food in my keyboard. But yeah, I've dumped stuff on keyboards in the past. It's never good. The worst actually happened at work. I had a big cup of hot chocolate, and I went to answer my phone really quick, swung my hand over, forgot my hot chocolate was there, dumped the hot chocolate into the work phone, um, dried it out. Everything seemed to be working. So it's like, all right. So it wasn't too bad. Next day, I go to use the phone, and the numbers are all crunchy. And a couple of them didn't work. So I had to tell IT what I did.
Were they like, we get this all the time?
It was more of rolling their eyes and being like, don't do that again. And then they replaced the phone.
You're like, yeah, of course. I did not. First of all, I wanted the hot chocolate, obviously.
Yeah, who would
Second of
waste
all,
hot chocolate on a phone?
right. I didn't want to have to come in here and be like, hey, listen what I did. I'm real
It's
proud
not
of it.
it's not like I'm so dumb they'd be like talking to someone on the phone being like, oh, you gotta try this. Here, taste some and dump it into the phone.
IT, they're just snobs. They think we're all idiots out here. Dude, I work for a company. This is great. The IT guy sent out an email and he goes, "Hey, this virus is coming in as fish. Like, don't click on the link." But he forwarded the email with the link in it, and like everyone clicked the link. And he's like,
He left the link active. That's not bright.
well, that's what. And then he was mad at everyone else. I'm like, you're the one that forwarded the virus. Like, just screenshot. Come on.
Or at least right click on the link and select remove link. So it's just the text.
Exactly. I was like, what did you think would happen when you send that out to the entire company? Hey, everyone, here, this is a virus. Everyone's like, what? Click.
I worked for a decent sized company at one point, and their IT people most of them had absolutely no sense of humor at all, and a lack of common sense in some of them. But like, they would send out notices, like really mad at all the employees, saying, "Don't leave your passwords written down underneath your keyboard or underneath your mouse pad, blah blah blah, security, blah blah." But what they didn't seem to think things through is they had a system. Like the company I worked for had bought out other companies. Every company they bought out had their own separate system. So IT managed to make it so you could access all the other systems, but every single system you needed a separate password for.
Oh.
And then they, in their infinite wisdom, said, well, we don't want someone using the same password for everything. So they set up this other system that monitored everything. So you had to have a completely separate password for every system that you needed to access. And you couldn't reuse the same password for at least 12 months. And you had to change your password once a month.
Oh,
How
that's
the
the
hell?
worst.
Yeah, how the hell do they expect anyone to remember all of those passwords? Especially since they kept changing.
Yeah, you're going to get locked out. I would get locked out every month. I'd be like, I have no idea what mine is.
Oh, they'd give you an attitude if you got locked out as well.
Of course, IT people, come on. They're the worst.
Mm-hmm.
I say as a former IT person, but really they are. they're just nerds who, I don't know, don't get real life.
I had a friend in IT, but she had nothing to do with any of the password security stuff, so she couldn't help me with any of that. So I'm like, all right, well, I'm just leaving it written down, not my desk then.
I mean, who cares? Like, first of all, if someone really wants to get your stuff, they're gonna get it. They don't need your damn password.
Well, I was in reporting at the time, so an average employee in the company might have access to, say, like maybe 3 systems. I had to have access to almost all of them for my job.
Oh, jeez.
So I mean, we're talking like over a dozen systems. So every time I had to change my passwords, it was such a pain in the ass.
Dude, and even if you do that, like, I don't know, Oreo 1, Oreo 2, you're like, I don't know what number I'm on. And I think every password prompt should tell you if it has like a number or a symbol or a capital letter. You know how they all have like different rules?
Mm-hmm.
They should tell you what the rules are. So you know, like when you set your password up, because whenever you set your password up, you're not thinking about the future and logging in again. You're like, these words work. And then you go back to it and you're like, I don't know. Did I add a number? Did I add a symbol?
Well,
Did I capitalize something?
What gets me sometimes when I'm typing, I touch type. So I'm typing, and then I get to the part where I have to put in a symbol or something. I'm like, wait, did I capitalize the other letter? And of course, it never shows you what you typed in. So then you have to hit backspace and start all over from scratch.
Yes. I do like when it has a little eye on there and you're like, show me what I'm typing. And then I have like, I know. I'm like, I have my feed that I run through. But I currently cannot get my Roomba online because I can't remember my Wi-Fi password. Oh.
That should be stored in your computer.
Yeah, it should be. But I can't get to it because I don't have the password to get to my password keychain.
That
I know. I'm like, what? So I can like see it in there. I think I have it. I think I got it. But it's the digits that are throwing me off. I'm like 3 digits, 4 digits, and one capital letter. So I have to try like every combo. I'm like, did I capitalize this word or not? Did I use
I
4 digits or 3?
you know those little tiny notebooks where it has like spirals on like the top of it, and they're
Yes.
like really narrow, like it's like a mini notepad kind of thing. I started keeping one of those, and I have all of my passwords and usernames written down in it.
I I started one. I have one on my dining room table right now because I was like, enough of this. I'm like, I'm switching all these passwords. Like, I don't know. Passwords are the bane. And then when I get to new websites and they're like, sign up, I'm like, no, thank you. I'm out. I don't need another password.
One thing I did was funny was because I have like several pages front and back of different sites and passwords and everything. Well, I was going through it one time looking for one of them. I'm like, wait, why is this in here twice? And why do I have different usernames and passwords? Oh shit, I made two accounts.
Yes. That's the worst. Or when you get in there and they're like, that username is already taken. I'm like, no, it's not. I've never been here. And they're like, it's taken. I'm like, so I have been here. Tell me more. And then I don't have my email set up on my phone. So if they're like, okay, we'll email you a link, I'm like, oh, now I have to go find my computer. Come on. Like, just let me reset it right here. It's too much. It's too much for me.
I have actually I have my emails going to my phone. My oldest sister, she doesn't even have a cell phone. So when someone says something like that to her, she just gets really mad, like it's their fault. It's like it's not their fault that you still live, in decades past before the invention of cell phones. Everyone else
I'm
has a cell phone.
I mean, I semi support her on that because every once in a while I'm like, I'm going to switch to a landline and get rid of my cell phone. But I never
she
could.
she had dial up until like 2 or 3 years ago when the phone company she was going through no longer offered it.
There were like 3 people left on it, and she was one of them.
I
They're
was
like,
I was
ma'am.
amazed that anyone still offered it.
That's awesome. She's
And
like, I've
she'd
got all I
complain.
need.
She'd complain. She'd be like, "Oh, it takes." She's like, "Don't anyone send me anything with pictures in it, because it takes me like half an hour to download my emails." And she'd get so annoyed. It's like everyone else is in the 20th century. You're still in the 19th. What the hell?
Listen, I support her holding out. I like it.
I had to
Although,
trick her. I had to trick her into getting not a Fire Stick, a Roku stick, so she could watch Disney Plus. I have a Disney Plus account, and she's a huge Disney fan. So it's like, well, you can watch it, but you're gonna need to get a Roku stick. And why I kind of neglected to tell her at the time is she'd also have to get a Wi-Fi router.
that's awesome. You're like, you're forced to upgrade for Disney.
Yep. Well, if it's more than one thing, she won't do it. It's too much. She's not a techie person. I'm like, I'll set it up for you. So when she found out she needed a Wi-Fi router, she was pitching a fit. I'm like, we're here at the store, just get it. I'll hook it all up for you. You won't have to do anything.
I relate to her though, because I also am not a techie person, although, whatever. So anything in my house, I'm like, I don't know, I can't get this to work. And then I just never use it ever again. And people will come over and like get mad at me. Like I had a TV in my living room that has not been turned on in 5 years, and they're like, "Why doesn't this work?" I'm like, "I don't know. You have to like hook cords to it. I have no time for that. No, thank you." Or I'll get stuff to work, but not properly. Like they'll be like, "Why is your TV black and white?" I'm like, "Hey, we got that far. We're good."
There's a picture. That's enough.
Well, and when you don't care, it's like hard to like you only have so much try and effort in you for it. You know what I mean? Where you're like, I'll
Mhm.
plug these cords here and it doesn't work. And you're like, well, I gave it a whirl. Like, or like you'll do, like, I'll Google one time and then I'm like, that didn't work. And then I'm off to do something else. And it makes people insane.
I hate where I get really frustrated if I can't get it to work myself because I do consider myself a techie person. I built the computer I'm using. I put it together, and I've done that for the last couple computers I've had. So it's like I have a brain that works mostly, at least with tech. So I get really frustrated if I can't figure it out and then I have to call someplace. It gets even worse because then you're talking with some level one tech support who their first advice is always, well, turn it off and turn it back on. I'm like, okay, can you just put me through to the next level of tech support? Like, if it helps any, I built my last computer. I'm pretty tech oriented.
I've already tried turning it off.
Yeah. Can you just bump me up a little bit?
You're like, pretend I know what I'm doing. And let's
Tell you,
go from there.
I went to Best Buy once. There was a power surge, and it knocked out the power supply to my computer. And then later, I found out it also affected my video card, but I didn't get that far yet because the power supply wouldn't turn on. So I didn't want to wait. Well, plus I would have had to use my tablet to order. So I just went to Best Buy. I'm like, yeah, I need a power supply because someone came over and asked me what I need help with. So he brings me over there and he's like trying to ask me some questions. I'm like, well, it's for a computer I built, and he's like, well, let me just stop you right there. You already know more than I do. Um, if you go over to the Geek Squad, they can help you. I'm like, I just need to know where the power supplies are. I don't need any help. But at least I was impressed. He at least acknowledged it.
I was just gonna say that. I'm like, I like that he owned up to that to begin with. Because that's like sometimes I'll go to like Home Depot or somewhere and they're like, let me help you. And I'm like, you know nothing. Like, just tell me that to start off with.
Oh, I had that when I was with my sister in Best Buy, different Best Buy. We're looking for, she wanted a camera. So we were looking, she wanted me to go with her, help her pick one out. I'm like, all right. And she just wanted a simple point and shoot. That was it, nothing fancy. So we're looking at him, and this employee comes over, and he keeps trying to. He never once asked her what she wanted to use it for. Instead, he just immediately brings her to the most expensive ones, the manual cameras that you have to buy the separate lenses and all that shit with. And he keeps trying to tell her that. And he's like, "Oh, you don't want these. These are manual focus and blah blah blah." I'm like, "No, they're not. They're automatic focus." No, they're
Do,
manual focus and blah. No, they're automatic focus. These are point and shoots.
do people get annoyed when you don't want like the highest tech option or whatever? You know, like I went to buy a new stove and I'm like, I don't want all of the like I don't want the electronics that just freaking break on it. Like I just want knobs, maybe a little clock.
But this guy didn't. I don't know why he was trying to sell things in the camera department because he didn't seem to know anything about cameras. So he said a whole bunch of stuff that was wrong. My sister was annoyed. I ended up getting annoyed, and he wouldn't just go away. So finally, I told him all the stuff that he told us that was wrong. Told him what the right information was, and told him to go away.
And you're like, and I'll be taking your commission, sir.
What's Best Buy? They don't make commission.
Oh, they don't? Okay.
Not I don't believe so.
But if they're hiring somebody at like an hourly, like they should just come up and be like, I don't know. They just told me to stand in this department. Like, I'm really just here to make sure you guys don't steal anything or unlock a case for you. Like, just pony up with that information to start so I do not ask you questions.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's kind of the image Walmart has. I mean, who goes into Walmart and actually expects the employees to know anything?
Oh my God, I won't even go into a Walmart. I won't. I hate it so much.
I think there was the last time I ever asked a Walmart employee something. It was something they had something on sale that I wanted, or no, it wasn't on sale. No, they had something that I wanted. It was advertised or whatever, and I asked them if they had any more in the back, and the guy just looks at me and goes, "No, we're out." He didn't
Ugh.
look. No,
And you're
we're
like,
out.
even go fake look. Even when you know you're out, just be like, let me go check back there real quick.
Now, see, I've worked retail before. That was like my second job ever, and I had a couple different jobs where I worked retail, and yeah, it sucks. But if I was like at one store, I was in the electronics department. So if someone asked me about the electronic stuff, I would know if we had it or not, if we had more or whatever. But if I was walking through, say, the toy department, someone asked me, I wouldn't know, so I'd have to go look. The employee I grabbed wasn't in the same department as the item that I wanted. So I really doubt that he knew off the top of his head.
See, I just would go fake look. I'd be like, I believe we're out back there, but let me go double check. And then I'd
Mhm.
just go walk to the back, and then you come back, and then people are like, oh, okay. I mean, you checked, even if I'm like, I walked back there. It pleased them. And they didn't feel like I was like just doing that. Like, no, we don't have any to not help them. It worked. I'm telling. That's a trick. That's a tip and a trick for anyone out there who works retail. Fake look. The customer loves it.
Actually, once I had the opposite experience with that. I was at a Skechers outlet, and there was a certain shoe I liked, and asked it, and they didn't have my size. I said, "Do you have any more of these, but in my size?" So she went out to go look, and she didn't find any exactly in my size, but she brought me out a whole bunch of different Skechers that were similar in style that were my size. I'm like, holy crap, she went above and beyond.
And then you're like, now I feel obligated to look at all of them.
Yeah, even though I didn't really like any of the other styles.
Exactly.
It's like, no, I just wanted the blue ones.
Then you feel bad not making a sale for her. You're like, sorry. I
Well,
appreciate that
I
you
did
did
end
a
up
lot
buying
of work.
something.
Oh, that's
I did
good.
end up buying something. It wasn't the shoes I really liked, but I was like, well, I also kind of need some work shoes, so I bought a pair of work shoes because they had those in my size.
So it was worth it for her.
Mm.
Maybe.
Well, I
I
felt bad
just
after all the work she put in.
I know exactly. Like I would be like, I'll take some socks. I've got to purchase something from you. I'd like to point out that we've talked about cookies for approximately 1 minute. We're like, everyone come to the Oreo stream. We're not going to discuss them.
Welcome to the sidetrack stream.
Well, I mean, it's regular Oreos. What do we have to say? They're an Oreo.
Exactly. Well, that's when you were saying that you're gonna do like one flavor a week. I was like, are you sure you really need? You really sure you just want to do one flavor in a whole
I
live stream?
know. Once you said that, I was like, oh my God, he is right. And then I was like, we could do like 4 or 5 technically. Just be like, I like this one. This one's no good.
Ah,
And
thank
so,
you, Mrs. Cassandra. Flattery will get you everywhere. And depending on who you ask, they may corroborate that.
Everyone wants to know your Oreo thoughts. But the Oreo, we talk more about Oreos in chats than we do on the Oreo streams. We're like,
I know that's funny.
now that we're gathered to discuss the subject, we've got no thoughts.
Well, we've already expressed them on other channels.
That's true. It's all out of our system. Plus, we use that to goof off in other chats.
True. Well, it also works really well when you get trolls and especially in EKC's chat, and they're just trying to start shit, and we're just talking about Oreos. It totally derails them.
Dude, that is my favorite. I love how the trolls get so mad and we're like, we're not taking your bait. Oreos are delicious.
Especially if we throw them under the bus, be like, oh, I bet this person doesn't even like Oreos because they're just so messed up in the head.
I do like that they don't really come around anymore because they were bringing the chat down.
Well, Aaron doesn't really rise to the bait, and there are several of us that'll just jump on them. So I don't really see where they were getting anything out of it anymore.
Yeah. They really were, because all of us were like, listen, we're here to talk about Oreos. Get out of here.
We're here to talk about how KJ is an evil person. Come on, stay on topic.
Do we or do we not think KJ likes Oreos?
Well, she likes M&Ms.
Peanut M&Ms at that, which I agree with her. Those are delicious.
Was it peanut ones? I thought it was regular M&Ms.
No, I'm pretty sure it was peanut.
Yeah.
Because they were big. I mean, I guess it could have been a different flavor.
Yeah, no idea.
I don't either.
I just remember her intentionally antagonizing an autistic person in her, well, a member of her chat with the M&Ms who had.
What if I just started eating Oreos right now? Right into the microphone. I'm like, oh, does this irritate anyone?
Crunch, crunch, crunch. Well, if we're dipping them, it's not really going to be very noisy.
No, but then it would be maybe Slurpee.
Oh, I mean, slurping is awful.
Yeah, it's disgusting. And I do like mine. Grace Case, I'd leave. She won't totally. Grace Case, I would leave too. That's terrible. Because I I got the Oreos out before the stream and put them on my table, and I was like, why did I even get these out? The wrapper is crinkly and will make a terrible noise if I touch it during the stream. And I'm not going to eat any while we're like on stream. So I don't know.
Before I clicked your link, I got the Oreos out and I have them on a paper towel on my desk. Just to avoid that.
Well, I almost got some out and put them on a plate. And I was like, I don't want to eat an Oreo right now. But I felt like the 5 minutes before the stream, I was like, I should really chomp down an Oreo real quick. I was like, you don't have to eat an Oreo. It's okay.
It's like, oh, so it would be like pre-gaming.
Yeah, I was like, I have to refresh my memory of what an Oreo tastes like. Like, I haven't eaten them my whole life. I'm like, yeah, 2 minutes before the stream, I need one. It's like, just, in your brain, you're like, settle down, brain. I don't even know what road you're going down. Because then I got all uptight. I was like, then I'll have Oreos in my teeth and I won't be able to brush my teeth. And what if I'm like making noise trying to get Oreo out of my teeth?
But at least you're not on camera. Because that'd be even worse. Because I never could see the Oreos in your teeth.
That's true. And I don't even know if Oreos really get that stuck in your teeth. But I was overanalyzing it. The Oreo streams were a lot of pressure. I mean, they kind of were weird pressure. So I was like, I just want us to rank the Oreo flavors and tell us what. Like regular, I call it good. That is the one I would probably purchase the most often.
See, I think they're decent. Like I would probably rate it like I have a 1 to 10. I'd probably just put it like right square in the middle. It's good. It's nothing special.
Really?
Yeah.
Nothing special?
All right,
For
maybe
how
one
much
higher.
you I'm
Yeah, but
shocked by
I
this
usually
rating.
don't get regular Oreos. I get mint Oreos. Except I
You
can't right now because they don't have any in the stores.
you never buy regular?
Rarely.
I would say I purchase Oreos once. This is being generous, but I'm going to say once a year. And I always purchase regular. Except for last time I purchased fudge covered. And
I
I
tried.
still. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No. Go ahead. I was interrupting.
Well, and then I've just realized a pattern in myself. So I purchased the fudge covered Oreos, and those are rich, so you can only eat like one at a time. And then I enjoyed those, so I bought a package of fudge covered mint ones, and that's still in my cabinet. I go too hard with them. Like,
See, I didn't even know they had the fudge covered ones until I was in one of EKC streams, and Kimberly Roddy Mom was in there, and she was telling me, "Oh, you have to try the fudge covered ones." I was like, "They make fudge covered Oreos?" So I
and I
looked the
was
next time,
watching from the bushes and saw that conversation.
and that's where it began.
That is where it began.
So I tried them. I was like, "Oh, these are pretty good." But yeah, like you said, they're really rich, and I just have like one, and that was
Yeah,
good.
one or two. And by the second half of the second one, you're like, it's too much. Like it's too rich.
Yeah, it's kind of like cheesecake. Like
Yes.
you start going, "Oh, this cheesecake looks really good," and you have like 3 or 4 bites, and it's like, okay, I'm done.
Yeah. That's plenty. Yeah.
Which,
I'm Oh, go ahead.
sorry, to sidetrack even more. So when I lived in Myrtle Beach, there was a place on the boardwalk where they'd serve you cheesecake on a stick, and they dip it in chocolate if you wanted. But the piece of cheesecake was huge. I did it once, and I got like partway through. I'm like, oh, I can't eat any more of this thing.
I mean, in theory, I want that. I got cheesecake from the Cheesecake Factory for the first time, I don't know, over the summer. Same thing. That piece of cheesecake was too big. It was I mean, it was awesome because you're like, oh, I have like 4 days worth of cheesecake here.
Yeah, it's like, well, cheesecake is so rich. Why give someone a large piece? I mean, it's just
Yes. I'm
so
like, you
wasteful.
need this small sliver.
Hmm. That's why. One time I was at a grocery store called Aldi's, and it was like a cheesecake sampler.
Yes.
They were all slices of different kinds of cheesecake, all put together into its own cheesecake.
And that's a good size portion too.
Hmm. That was
Because,
great.
yeah, and you have like just a few bites where you're like, because when something's real rich and you get to the point where you're like, this is really rich. And then you eat like two more bites. And then you're like, no, really, this is too rich. I have to like stop consuming it. I think those are the perfect size for that.
Hmm. But now I live alone, so I wouldn't be doing that. At the time I got that, I was actually living at a friend's for a little bit because I just moved back. I just moved north from Myrtle Beach, so I was staying with them while I got myself established. I got a job and found an apartment. So it's kind of like, hey, I got this for all of us to share. So it was like 5 people sharing it, which turned
Yeah.
out pretty well. It
See,
lasted 2 days.
we get it on one of my friend's birthdays. That's what she always wants. And it's perfect because like all of us have our favorite ones. So we can like I don't know, we look forward to it. It's in January. I actually was just thinking about it earlier today. I'm like, I can't wait for her birthday. A little cheesecake. Cuz like you, I would never buy it for just myself.
No, I mean, just for myself, there'd be way too much. I'd end up throwing out over half of it.
But you freeze cheesecake.
I
And then you
never thought of that actually.
Yeah, you freeze it and then you can just pull out one piece. But the problem with that is you have to plan ahead for like pulling out the piece of cheesecake if you want it to defrost, you know?
True. Yeah, because it's
So,
not like you can really nuke it, because then the middle would be frozen and the outside would be melted.
yeah. So, and I've been like burned on that before because I'll get out the piece of cheese because you want the cheesecake when you're actually getting it out of the freezer. And then the next day I'm like, not really in the mood for that. But I'm like, you've got to eat it. You got it out of the freezer. So if you could work on that dilemma. Grace Case, your closest Aldi is 40 minutes away. That's
Wow.
sad.
I actually haven't even seen an Aldi's where I live now.
Really?
Yeah. Well, what's so strange is I've always been on the East Coast, but I've moved up and down the East Coast, and some places are so regional. And I'm
My
like,
favorite thing to do when I go to a new city is, well, not my favorite, but I really enjoy going to their grocery stores because they're so different from place to place.
true. Like the first time I was down south, well, actually, I was on vacation. I was in Florida, and I'd never heard of Piggly Wiggly before, and the name cracked me up. So we had to stop in there.
Like, I love Piggly Wiggly.
It seemed a little on the more expensive side, though.
I have no idea, but probably. I have like where I live has bad grocery stores. Like, there's just not even, I mean, they're just bad. But there's one that I'm like, if I was rich, I would shop there. And every once in a while, I'll go there to get like something specific.
Trader
And
Joe's.
No, my Trader Joe's have the worst parking lots. So you have to be like, I'm going Tuesday morning at like 9 a.m. when no one will be there. But it's like, it's a local grocery store chain that I like fantasize about being able to shop at. And they have like the coffee shop, like right when you walk in the door. So you can get like a coffee and then, I don't know.
There's not too far from me. There's a fairly new plaza that went up, and there's like some kind of boutique toy store and a restaurant and a couple other things in there. But they also have like Tesla charging spots, and then they have this little grocery store there. And I just took one look. I'm like, that just screams frou grocery store. It just looks like one of those things where, you'd see their stereotypical rich housewife going in there to buy like her daily salad or something.
Yeah, maybe that's
I asked
where
my
I want to
sister about
shop.
it. I asked my sister about it because she lives right near it, and she said that it was pretty expensive. She went in there once.
Yeah, that's how the one I go to is. Well, I mean, go to like once every 3 years. I'm like, we can go there and get a fresh bakery item. Like, pretend like we can afford regular groceries from here. It's one of the like it's stupid how expensive it is.
Mm-hmm.
Some stores, and I'm like, man, how much money would you have to come in here and like be okay with spending this much money on items that you can get literally down the street for half the price?
What's like I mean, I consider Trader Joe's kind of like that because I think they're overpriced. So I don't really. I think I've only shopped in there a couple times, but I've been in there several times, mostly because there's one friend of mine in particular that if we go to the mall, there's a Trader Joe's across the street. He'd be like, "Oh, since we're right here, let's go into Trader Joe's." I'm like, why?
I have certain things I'll get at Trader Joe's. Like, I mean, their peanut butter cups are the best peanut butter cups.
Yeah,
And next,
he loves what's it? I think he loves their crunchy peanut butter, and there was like one or two other things that he's convinced that they just have the best of. Like, all right, whatever.
yeah, there's a few, I will agree with him. There are a few items that they, well, mainly just peanut butter cups comes to my mind. They're dark chocolate peanut butter cups. Once you have them, you won't be able to go back to Reese's peanut butter cups. I'm telling you. I stand by this statement. And they come in like a big jug, so they last a long time. Like you get a lot of them. I'm telling you, John. Just next time you go into Trader Joe's, get the peanut butter cups. And they're
There
not that
actually is a
expensive.
Trader Joe's here.
I'm like, do it. See, look at Claire. Reese's are too sweet now. Once, I don't know what it is, but once you go to the Trader Joe's peanut butter cups, you can't go back to Reese's.
See, now you're trying to peer pressure me.
I am, because I feel strongly about this. I feel like this is a candy statement I will make and stick by.
I'll probably give them a shot sometime. I'm sure I'll be going by the store at some point
Well, do
in
you
the near
like dark
future.
chocolate?
Not usually. Usually I like milk chocolate.
Okay, well then get the milk chocolate ones, which I've never had. I like the dark chocolate ones myself.
The only
So
time I
maybe
really like dark chocolate is when it's dark chocolate together with mint. You know, like peppermint patties.
is that dark chocolate and peppermint patties?
Mm-hmm.
I had no idea. See, I'm a dark chocolate. That's like my preferred chocolate. I love it. Yeah, I like the frozen selection at Trader Joe's too, Grace Case. Yeah. The dark chocolate peanut butter cups are the best from Trader Joe's. And I am very fascinated to hear your thoughts on them. Or the regular ones and compare it to Reese's peanut butter cups. And I will say this though, Reese's peanut butter cups were never my favorite.
Well, I think it's hilarious. Well, I watch some British YouTubers, and I always think it's, and I've seen others that I don't really follow, but I always think it's hilarious when they're doing like candy taste tests and stuff, and people in Britain are like that. They pretty much universally say that Hershey's chocolate tastes like vomit to them.
Uh, I mean, are they wrong? Hershey's chocolate isn't that good. Like our
Yeah, it's not great. I've had better chocolate before, but
have you ever had See's chocolate? SEE?
nope, never heard of it.
Um, it's fantastic. It's probably not American, that's why it's good.
Probably. Although Cadbury chocolate's really good. And
I don't know
isn't
if
that
I've had
American?
Cadbury. I don't know if I've had Cadbury chocolate. Like
Oh,
the Cadbury eggs?
I have a request for you, Jujubee. Well, it's requested me actually. So you should really join Claire's Discord.
I knew it. I told her to stop it.
How is that, Mrs. Cassandra?
Did that work for you? She signed up again. You guys pushing.
You should. You actually should though. I'm in two different Discords. Um, I may quit one because I don't really talk or anything in there. But Claire's is great. There's no drama. They do game nights usually on Wednesday, and sometimes they do them sporadically. There's a whole bunch of different rooms. Mrs. Cassandra has her own basement room that's labeled not safe for work, as it should be. And, myself and someone else that's in there may occasionally post pictures of very hot guys, scantily clad, of course.
That's what they have sent me on occasion to try and lure me in there.
Oh, I
They're
sent a
like,
video clip, and I posted a video clip in there today of, well, I wouldn't really call him porn because he doesn't do everything. But there's this guy named Reno Gold. If you go to Google Images and type in Reno Gold, something to see.
I'll do that after the stream. You guys, it is harder to resist when you're talking to a person in person. You jerks. I'm like, one day I'll just sneak in there. Maybe. We'll see.
Oh, you
You're
won't sneak
wearing me
in.
down. No, I
Your
won't.
name will pop up, and everyone will say hi, and then
I
they
know.
will know that you're there.
They'll be like, look who's here.
Oh, one other cool thing that Claire does on there is she has a bot set up, so any channels associated with it, it'll come up with an announcement letting people know, hey, this person has a stream. Hey, this person has a new video. And oftentimes that's how I find out that Aaron's streaming right now.
I'm like, I'll think about it. I mean, I'll consider it, everyone.
Yeah, we're wearing her down, everyone. Keep it up.
You are wearing me down. I know, Claire.
One of us.
No, I'll resist. Because then once I join you in there, then I'm in. I'm truly in.
You'll never want to leave.
It's true. Then I'll just be like, friends in real life? Who are they? I already do my Friday night stream. And everyone's like, let's do this on Friday night. I'm like, I can't. I hang out on the internet. Thanks, guys.
COVID's still a thing. Who wants to be around other people in person? God.
Exactly. I'm like, don't you hear it's ramping up again or something? I don't know.
Yep. Well, it seems there's always another version coming out, which I still have to go and get the latest booster.
I do too. I'm like later.
Yeah, my sister told me that they're not doing separate. At least where I am, they're not doing separate. Before they were setting up like a separate office or something, or sometimes they'd be in like a conference room of a hotel, and they'd set up this whole station in there to do them. And apparently they're not doing that anymore. So now there's like an empty storefront in the mall, and you can just go there and get.
Really? I just went to Walgreens and got mine.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but this would also be an excuse to go to the mall. So
I like them all.
I like the mall in the middle of a day.
I agree. That's how I like most things.
I hate the mall on the weekend.
Yeah, like when they're like, do you want to go out to eat at 7 p.m. on Friday night? I'm like, no. There's too many people there. Thursday night I'm in. Like, yeah, and now like I work from home now and I judge everything. I'm like, oh my God, people are about to get out of like real jobs. I've got to get to the store now. Like I do not go places during off hours. I'm like, well, we missed the open window today.
I do that too, especially with grocery shopping. It'd be like either I go in the middle of the day or I'm going like an hour before they close. There is no in between. Hello?
Oh, sorry. I was typing to Grace Case. She
Oh,
said, do you hear that little like bubbly noise?
no.
I'm like, I hear it too, Grace Case. I don't know what it is. I tried my cord and everything. Let's blame John.
Sure. I get blamed for a lot of things anyway.
It sounds like
I'm usually guilty of most of them, but still.
hi Jess Britt. It sounds like a carbonated beverage that isn't sealed all the way. You know when it like is leaking out just a little bit.
Yeah, I don't hear that.
Just Britt said it's very quiet. I don't know what it is. No, well, we've gone this long with it.
Just write it out.
Grace Case is like, I'm leaving. But now that you pointed it out to me, I'm like, I hear it. Like I was ignoring it, and now I can't not hear it.
It's not me. The only beverage I have in front of me is milk. That's was dated the 10th.
Is it organic milk? That lasts longer.
No. Surprisingly, it doesn't smell bad. So, but I'm gonna end up dumping the rest of it after this, just to be on the safe side. I've had food poisoning. It's not an experience I want to revisit.
No.
I
Yeah.
had food poisoning from curly fries at Denny's. Or no, not it wasn't the curly fries. That's why I tasted when I was throwing up. But it was actually from bad mayonnaise in a sandwich I ordered.
Oh no.
Hmm. And I called to give him a heads up. Well, I called him the next day to give him a heads up because that's when I slowed down on the puking. And the manager was giving me a hard time over the phone, like just arguing with me. I'm like, look, I've been puking. The only thing I ate yesterday, because we went there for it was like a late lunch. I hadn't eaten anything that day, so then after that, then I was sick, so I didn't eat anything else. Like the only thing I ate that day was the sandwich and some curly fries. Don't think I got sick off the curly fries. Pretty sure it was the sandwich. I forgot what I had, but it was like basically it must have been the mayonnaise. Is what I narrowed it down to. It was like, I'm not going to sue you, so you don't need to be an asshole to me. I'm just telling you so you don't get other people sick who may sue you. And I just hung up on him.
Right. Well, and if you're like, it's probably the mayonnaise. Wouldn't you just throw out the mayonnaise just in case?
Mm-hmm. That's why I was thinking that they do, but now you just wanted to argue with me the whole time. I'm like, dude.
You're like, I didn't have to call you. Fine, make everyone sick.
It's like this is my good deed for the day.
Listen, sir, I'm calling you in between vomit sessions. So
Oh, it got me so mad. It's like I was living in a different state. I was down visiting my best friend. The first thing we do is go out to eat. And I got sick.
oh no.
And I was only down
That's
for the weekend, so I spent almost the whole time down there just puking.
that's awful.
Uh-huh.
You're like, not only do you not get to see me, you get to hear me do this.
At least it was only a couple states away and I drove. Because if I had wasted like a plane ticket on that, I would have been really pissed.
Oh yeah. Be like, I'll never get that money back. You're like, dear Hellmans, you owe me.
And I
Now,
wouldn't go to that Denny's for the longest time. I vowed I was like, I'm never going to that Denny's again. It took a lot of convincing from a boyfriend I had later to get me to go into that Denny's once more because I ended up moving to that state.
see, I would have like put that on every Denny's. I'd be like, I don't eat at Denny's. It's not safe. Like I wouldn't have blamed. Well, maybe. Well, I don't know.
I like their French slams too much to write them off completely.
What's a French slam?
French toast, bacon, eggs, and sausage.
Hmm.
It's very good.
When I hear Denny's, I think we used to go there in high school, like at night, because we could all afford to eat there. And back then you could like smoke inside and they let us just be like high school jerks. So so I always think like if we go to a concert or something now, I'm like, should we go to Denny's afterwards? Because that's what you did.
Well, Denny's was kind of where we would go. Like, my best friend had a camp on this little lake. So when his parents got a little bit older, kind of he and all in our group of friends kind of took it over. So we spent more time at their camp than the parents did.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it was like there was a Denny's, and this is kind of out in the boonies a bit. So, but we could get to a Denny's in about probably about half an hour, maybe a little bit over. So I'd be like, all right, well, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning and we're all awake. Let's go to Denny's.
Yeah, you would have seen me there. Like, we were probably at the next table. Well, because there's nowhere else to go then, too, especially when you're a teenager.
Exactly.
Yeah, we used to go to the Waffle House too. And the Waffle House was great because they had this menu that um it was they would serve on these plates like the size of like a teacup saucer and you paid like $5 and you could have as many of those little plates as you want. So you'd be like, I'll take a pancake, but it would be a tiny pancake like the size of that small plate.
Hmm.
So it was super fun to order because you're like, I'll take a pancake, an egg, and it would be like one egg, a hash brown, and it would be like 3 bites of hash browns. And you know that like cooks are like, God, I hate these people.
What's funny is when I lived down south, I'd see Waffle House everywhere, but I've never actually been inside one.
You haven't?
Now I got warned that the food was pretty bad by a few people, so
I
I
think the
don't know
food
if it
is
was all Waffle
good.
House or if it was just that one, or like the one closest to where my friends and I were. But they were all like, "Yeah, no, don't eat there. It's really bad." And I just kind of took it to mean all Waffle Houses, but they might have just meant that one.
Nah, I think they're right. Like Waffle House is not.
Well, down south, that was kind of the. It seemed like that was the go-to for after the bars.
Yeah, I was just gonna say I don't think I've been in a Waffle House sober. So, and it is well, they just built a new one by my house. And Waffle House looks like a dump even from the outside. You're like, that place isn't clean. But this it's
Well,
like a brand.
it kind of looks like they've all been in operation since the 70s.
Yes, and no one's ever like power washed the outside or like taken bleach to the inside. Like it just looks like a giant ashtray to me. And so there's a brand new one by my house and every time I drive by it, I'm like that's a fake Waffle House because it's all like clean and pristine. I'm like that's not I don't
That's not
trust
the
that place.
real Waffle House.
No. I'm like
It's not the OG Waffle House.
I'm supposed to walk in here and be like mildly disgusted, but so intoxicated that I don't care. Like
That
this
kind of
place.
describes every time I've taken the subway back from New York City.
Yeah, exactly. You're
Especially when you
like,
hear someone throwing up in the bathroom on the train.
yeah, like that. But picture someone serving you eggs in that environment. That's the
uh,
Waffle House.
we
Oh,
had when I lived in Connecticut, there was a diner kind of like that. It was the bar was on one side of town. Well, the bar that we usually went to was on one side of town. The diner was on the other side of town. But it's like, and there were other places to go, but for some reason that was like the it place. So when the bar closed, be like, all right, let's go there. It's like the service was okay, the food was okay. The guy that takes your money was just rude as hell.
But sometimes
That
I
was
think
his
it's
charm.
I think it's because they let you just be like allowed. Like, I mean, we were never. I'm gonna say this. This probably isn't true. I'm like, we were never obnoxious drunks.
Oh, we were.
Yeah, I'm like, that's probably a lie.
When you get a crowd of like 20 or so people coming in all at once, drunk, yeah, it's not gonna be
Right.
quiet.
But they would just let us be. So that's where we would go. There's a diner by my house that my friend told me she cut into her pancakes and there was a cockroach in it.
Oh,
So so I then like that owner sold the place. It's now like a completely different, it's like a Jamaican restaurant now. Yet I still hold that cockroach against the Jamaican restaurant. I'm like, don't eat there. I'm like, that's so. I mean, it's gross when you see one walking in the restaurant, but to cut into your food and it's there, I'm like, no.
I've never had an experience like that, thank God. But there was this Indian restaurant um, in downtown of the city I lived in at the time, and it was like probably about every year and a half, 2 years, they change names.
Is it the same owners though?
Pretty sure because the inside didn't change. Because
They're like,
some friends from work that really liked Indian food, they're like, "Oh, you gotta come with us to this place." I'm like, I don't think I've ever had Indian food. It's like, all right, I'll give it a try. So we go there. I hated it. Absolutely hate it. Apparently curry, I want nothing to
yeah,
do with.
really?
Yeah,
I
I
love
just find it
curry.
disgusting. And pretty much everything they had was coated in curry.
Yeah.
So it was not a pleasant experience. And then it's like a couple years later, some other people were like, "Oh, let's go to this place." It just reopened. So we go in, and I'm like, "This looks exactly the same." And the food was just the same, so I hated it again. I'm like, "Yeah, I'm never coming here again."
You're like, fooled me twice.
Yep.
Hmm.
So we were talking about it, it's like, and one of the people that likes it even admitted, "Oh yeah, they change their name every couple of years." It's like, then there's got to be a reason for it. Most likely food safety related. Why do you keep coming here?
Exactly. I was like, that sounds like we're running from some reviews and or government
Getting
food
shut down,
safety.
have a great big F put on the window or something.
Exactly. They're like, you always start with an A. We've got to earn our F. Did you ever watch that show Kitchen Nightmares?
Was that the one with the Gordon Ramsay?
Yeah, where I'm like, there's no
I've seen
way
some.
these places are in business.
Oh, did you ever see the one with Amy's Bakery? That was wild.
No, I don't think so. Maybe.
Um, Apparently the only person allowed to touch money was the husband. Well, the it was a husband and wife. The husband was much older, but apparently he had the money, so he bought this restaurant for his wife, who fancied herself a cook, and they had a lot of bad reviews, and their business wasn't doing very well. So they called Gordon Ramsay's crew in, and apparently no one he could even he with how forceful he is couldn't tell the two of them anything. They already knew everything. They were right. They were never wrong. It was
Yeah.
so nuts. And like she was cutting corners. Like they advertised fresh, I don't know, something started with R. It was some Italian thing. And and it was on the menu as fresh whatever it was. And really it was frozen.
He found that at all the places, didn't he? He's like, did you microwave this?
Uh-huh. And then what she did cook wasn't great. I mean, some of it wasn't bad. I guess she had like a couple of things that she did well, but she did a lot of stuff badly. And then people would, if someone tried sending something back, she'd come out and she'd yell at them and argue with them.
Jeez.
Yeah, little mousy girl side. Yeah, they were absolutely insane. And they even stayed open for a while after that. They ended up changing the name of the place because they got so review bombed. And some people were going there just because they saw it on Kitchen Nightmares.
I would never go because I saw it on Kitchen Nightmare. I always said that show is just a list of restaurants I'll never eat at.
Well, it depends. I mean, if they actually turned it around, that's one thing. But when it's still a failure even after,
I wonder
not.
what the percentage of success was. Because
But they end up closing that restaurant down finally.
I mean, you couldn't get any better of a start than to be on that show. You know, like they redid your place.
Mm-hmm.
He like gave you a menu, taught you how to cook, and then if you can't make it after that, you're not trying. I believe it.
Some of the places the changes weren't that big, and other episodes it seemed like they pretty much just completely remade the place.
Well, some of it I was like, this has to be fake, because why would you go on that show and be like, let me show you the rotten food in my refrigerator? Like, even just as a human walking through the world, wouldn't you be like, all right, at least get the rotten food out of here before Ramsay shows up? I mean,
yeah, some people think they're too slick to get caught. I mean, like, look at KJ, for example. How many times has she been sued for defamation? That doesn't stop her. She still thinks she's too clever.
That's true.
Although in her defense, she does keep getting away with it, with only having to settle.
Is that getting away with it, though? Because I think each settlement costs a fair amount of cash.
True, but she still has her channel.
Yeah, well, she doesn't.
And overall, did she spend more on the lawyers in the settlement, or did she make more on all of the stories that she ran?
I bet she's running 50-50 now.
Well, yeah, they're piling up now.
She was doing real good. Now she's like, well, half of my income goes to lawyers. That's just part of doing business.
She said that in one of the clips I saw EKC showed.
It is.
I don't remember if it was something on Twitter or if it was an actual video clip, but something about being sued was part of business. It's like, no.
I know. And like, although I think this round has her, I mean, because now she's like not really acting up. She's calmed down quite a bit. Like, well,
I saw that she missed the deadline. So 7M is going for summary judgment, which I hope they don't do, because they seem to have a really strong case. It's like, why just go for the summary judgment of like $1 million when you could take her ass to court, have everything come out, have her look like a complete fool that she is, and get awarded much more?
I don't know. I mean,
it's easy for me to say I'm not paying for the lawyers.
If that did go to court, you know, everybody would be like, this has got to be televised. I mean, really, like, what I wanted to see, I mean, I don't care if she goes to court or not, because I
would live for Emily Baker covering the court documents, because you know that would trigger KJ so badly.
Okay, Emily D. Baker covered 7M's going for the summary judgment.
Mm-hmm.
And it looked... Did you? She looked pained to even do it. She was like, I hate this.
Yeah, I'm she doesn't want to.
This for the audience.
Like an unending stream of hate from KJ and her try-hard fans.
Excuse me. And I mean, it was fun to watch, because she was like breezing through it, not enjoying herself at all. And like some of the stuff, I'm like, well, at least read the social media exhibit in the post. And she was like, I don't know, it just says something. Let's skip on.
Yeah, she
And
wants
I
absolutely nothing to do with her.
was, and then I was like, I bet this drives KJ even crazier. like, like
Well, she wouldn't say
it's,
her name. She just kept
I
saying
know.
a YouTuber.
Well, and clearly, like, she refrained from rolling her eyes, but was like,
Oh, you could so tell though.
yeah. And I was like, I bet this stings more. I bet it stings more to just be so like dismissive of her.
Well, plus it reminded me of when Todd Chrisley kept referring to her as that YouTuber, and that seemed to get on KJ's nerves. I'm like, I kind of wondered a little bit if Emily was actually um, got
Yes,
that from Todd.
I think so. I mean, definitely. She's never going to say that. I think the best, like, what I really want to hear is, I mean, it could work with the 7M too, is just KJ be in court and be like, no, I don't actually have any sources. I just make everything up. Like, I just Google crap on the internet.
Well, I would live for her to actually have to admit that. And
Yes.
it's like, who doesn't really think that at this point? But to make her actually admit it would be gold.
I know that everyone would go wild and we'd be like, that's all we wanted. We're done here. Like, yep, by not saying her name, KJ didn't get her call out. I mean,
And then,
KJ
and if
is,
there was a video that came after saying something like Midwestern housewife and admits she makes things up online for money and like not mention her name.
I'm like, I'll write it and submit it to every tabloid. I'm like, no need for payment. Actually, yes, pay me for that. But
Because
she makes
she
stuff up.
wants so much for everyone to acknowledge her.
Yes. Well, that, I mean,
And what
yeah, she
kills me, she
wants.
wants she demands other people credit her if they use anything from her, but she doesn't credit other people.
No, and she totally rips off everybody else's content
Mm-hmm.
and then puts her like, I mean, she doesn't even really put a spin on it.
No, well, I mean, from what Suzanne from Costa Rica has said in some of her stuff, it's like KJ was just blatantly ripping off some of her church stories and didn't even change stuff. She just plagiarized her.
Yeah. Well, and I saw her videos now are just ripping off other people's videos. Like she does a true topic. That's not it, but it's close to that. I don't know. There's like two other Duggar people. And like they'll put out a video and the next day she puts out the same video. I'm like, all right, well, I mean, at least I don't, it's the fact that she like doesn't acknowledge or pretends like she's breaking the story. I think that's what drives everyone crazy. It's just that she like calls us all idiots because we're like, that's not true. And she's like, no, you're stupid.
It's like, well, it's like she hears a rumor, runs with it because she wants to be the first one out with it, and doesn't verify anything.
Well, and like, so I'm convinced she came up with it. Here's my whole theory. Yes, tough topic, Mousy. That's who I was thinking of. Here's my whole theory. So she came up with her like taking down cults thing or being interested in cults in order to justify why she did so many videos on the Duggars. And if she had just said, I do so many videos on the Duggars because people watch them.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
That's what makes her money.
yeah. Then no one could argue with it. Because now people are like, she's obsessed with them. I'm like, no, people watch them. She gets money. She could care less about them. But like, don't come up with your cover story. Like, I'm a reporter looking into cults. You don't care about cults.
If people stop watching her Duggar content, a month or two later, she probably wouldn't even remember most of their names.
Exactly. And the other day, I like opened my computer up and had like, I don't know, MSN homepage or something. There was a Duggar story, and I was like, "Oh, what's going on with them?" And I clicked it, and I was like, "Oh my god!"
I had never heard the name Duggar until KJ's nonsense. It's like I'd heard of that TV show, was it 19 Kids and Counting or something?
Yeah. Well, that's
But
what I mean. I think
I
I'd
didn't know
watched
what their
it like
family
here
name
and
was.
there, but I couldn't have told you any of their names.
Well, I
And
saw it and
then,
I was like, okay, so it's about two parents having way too many kids. Yeah, not interested.
well, I watched it a couple times because I was like, this mom, like, they're clearly mentally ill to have 19 kids. Like, that's something that, like God doesn't give you 19 kids. You're trying to have 19 kids. You're working towards that goal.
Yeah, that's almost a job at that point.
Yeah,
It's not even a hobby
like
anymore.
I mean, we're just humans aren't built to have that many children. So I watched it a few times just because I was interested in that, like and I
Yeah,
kept trying to figure out. I'm like, why does a doctor not say you can't do that? Because that can't be good for you. I mean,
it
I
can't
can't.
be. Plus, this isn't like the 1950s anymore, and they're trying to staff the family farm.
Right, exactly. I'm like, that's not, nothing about that is healthy. So I can't imagine that a doctor's like, and I think in one, they did say in one episode, they're like, well, this doctor told us we shouldn't have anymore. So we've switched doctors. And I'm like, well, like, yeah, you shouldn't have anymore.
Yeah, it's called shopping doctors. Yeah. Keep going until you find one that says what you want.
So I did watch it a few times, but but now I like actively know things about them, and I'm like, I couldn't believe it when I like clicked on that story. I was like, oh my god, like why did I? This is straight KJ related. I never would have clicked on this before.
Luckily, I've not gotten to that point. I've
It's
seen
a
different articles
shocking
about them,
point to
like,
get
no.
to. It's it'll make you reevaluate your life. You're like,
What's
what am I
scary
doing?
is when a video will pop up in my feed and it'll be KJ related, and I'll just click on it and be like, wait, why am I watching this?
Yes. Well, that's my favorite thing. That's how I like found all the channels because I watched a couple KJ videos and I was like, what I'm no. So I
Same.
stopped.
I
so I
watched a few of her videos, and at first I was like, oh, she presents well and she seems pretty knowledgeable. Then after a few years, I'm like, she's full of shit and has no idea what she's talking about.
yes, that's exactly what I did. And I was like, oh, no, I'm out of here. So I stopped watching her and then the algorithm goes, "Oh, well perhaps you'll enjoy all these people who hate her."
Same. Damn, that algorithm really knows me.
And I was like, I don't hate her. Like, I just never watched her and forgot about her. Well, I mean, not for long because the algorithm was like, we see what you're doing. And that was right when like the Tati lawsuit took off.
Hmm.
Like, I mean, right when she got sued. So I like watched Emily D. Baker and I was like, oh, that's interesting. And then that's when everybody used to run back to their channel and do streams and like all talk about what just happened. And I was like new to YouTube, figuring it all out, and I just would like watch everybody. And then I came up with like who I liked and didn't like.
Same. I mean, I used to the only thing I ever used YouTube for before that was if I was playing a video game and got stuck on a part or was looking for some hints or looking for video game reviews. That was it. That's all I used YouTube for. Like I didn't even have an actual account. I would just go in and just search through videos and stuff. So I didn't even have an account on the platform. And then COVID, so I just got bored with TV and stuff. So then I started looking at more YouTube stuff. I'm like, oh, this actually has more than just video game hints.
Right.
And
Yeah, I thought YouTube was like, I didn't realize it was all of this. I thought it was like how to fix your garbage disposal or
same.
like
Mhm.
here's a cute puppy video. And then when I'm like, people are chatting on here. And I was just talking to someone in my real life the other day. I'm like, well, the chat. And they're like, I don't know what words you're saying. And I'm like, it's a whole like weird YouTube world that I never knew existed. And I was
Well,
so fascinated. I mean, I watched From the Bushes for a long time.
true, same. Yeah, I didn't really interact for quite a while. It was funny. I had dinner with my sister a few nights ago, and was it Saturday night, Sunday night, I think it was. And I said something about somehow it came up. We were talking about something YouTube related, and I said something about, oh yeah, I'm supposed to go on a panel later this week. She's like, what does that mean?
Yeah, exactly. And I was like, well, we've got my Oreo stream and they were like, what?
Yeah, she looked at me like I was insane when I said I'm supposed to talk about Oreos.
That's what I was telling my friend about it. And she goes, I don't understand any of the words you just said. I was like, well, my channel's doing pretty good. That's about it. Like, we'll move on. It is weird though. And it was weird. It was almost like hard to get into though, because I was like watching From the Bushes and I'd be like, this is just people like talking. Like, why would I watch this? And then fast forward like a week and I'm like, what's everybody saying?
Yeah, I got really into it where I was making sure I catch all the streams of people I liked and all that stuff. And lately, I don't know, it's just been kind of like I've been missing more and more streams. So I'm like,
Yeah,
do I really want to watch that, or would I rather do something else? It's
I
like,
know.
I'll catch it later on the replay.
Well, that's the beauty of like some of the streams. Like, I like my Friday night stream because I'm like, that's a good replay stream because you can pay like zero attention to it. Like, turn it on and like walk in and out of the room or whatever. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like, I don't know. Yeah, I'm being more
And
selective now because some stuff too, I'm like, I have to stop watching this because why am I getting like angry or emotional about some nonsense on YouTube? Like, I'm letting this person ticks me off. I need to not watch them.
well, sometimes I just lose track of time too. Like I read online serials. Basically, it's like an author's writing a story, but he posts a chapter at a time as he writes it, so you can read the story as it's going. And some authors do this so they can get feedback, so they can correct how the story is going. Some also, like, people will be like, oh well, you put the wrong character name here, or this stuff is misspelled or stuff like that. So it's kind of like having a bunch of different editors and proofreaders. So some authors do it for that. Some I have no idea why, but it's cool. So I'm actually actively following several stories like that, but I'll get distracted and I'll be like reading those, and before I know it, it's like, oh, someone had a stream and I missed it. Whoops, I'll have to watch it later.
Yeah.
Or I'm playing a video game. I've been playing more MMORPGs lately, so I'll get really sucked into one of those. Uh, it's massively multiplayer online role playing game,
I got the
but
role playing game, and then I was like, what's the other part? Like, you could hear my brain trying to figure it out.
it's like playing in a big world. But so I've been playing some more of those lately, and I've even gone back to playing some old ones like Guild Wars 2. And then this really cool guy in Claire's Discord, he got me into playing two different games, Planet Crafter and Medieval Dynasty. So I'm playing those. But like I'll just get sucked into the game world, be playing that, and be like, oh, I didn't watch anything on YouTube today. Whoops.
You're like, that's all right though, because you didn't miss anything.
Yeah.
Because I've been cutting out a lot of YouTube too. I'm like, it got out of control.
I was
And it's,
spending too much time on it.
yes, me too. And
Of
spending
course, I
time,
say that while I'm on panel on YouTube.
I know, right? I'm like, welcome to my channel. I'm like, I spend too much time here, so I started a channel. But part of the reason I started the channel is because I was like getting annoyed in other chat. You know, I'm like, what? Like, I'm sick of everybody fighting. Like, can't we have a relaxing time on here? Like, I come on here to goof off, and it like stopped being a goof off place.
Same.
Like,
I really started watching YouTube, like actually watching it instead of just gaming tips when COVID started, and I was just bored with TV. Like where I was living at the time when COVID started, I didn't even have cable. It was in the boonies. So it was like, okay, do I want to watch CBS, NBC, or ABC?
uh, well, and then I kind of started
Or
too
go
because
online.
when shows came back during COVID, they all had a pandemic storyline, and I was like, what are you talking about? That's real life. Like, I'm watching your show to escape that.
Yeah, it's not much escapism if they're bringing up on the shows.
Yeah, and they're
Kind of
all
stuff.
walking around in masks and stuff. And I was like, I have no time for that. Like, I'm not watching this.
And then I found, well, and then when I started watching YouTube more, I was like, I was just going through. I signed up for an account, so that way, because I realized, oh, well, if I find channels I like, I can actually save them that way, so I don't have to try to remember the names of the channels. And then YouTube started doing its algorithm thing and recommending stuff. And at first, it was a blank slate, so it was just recommending all kinds of really odd, disjointed things. And I actually found the Dolan twins that way. So I
Oh,
was just
yeah.
looking up funny videos at first, and it recommended them. So I went down a rabbit hole and watched a whole bunch of their content. And like they're up until their last year, it was entertaining. They were really funny. Then I just kind of branched out from there and just looking at other stuff. And I don't even remember how I hit on my first KJ video.
See,
It,
I can't figure out how I hit on mine either. I'm like, it
I
doesn't make sense because I wasn't like a huge Duggar fan or whatever other shows. You know what
yeah,
I mean?
I've never really watched the Duggars or anything. It just popped up in my recommended one day, and I don't remember why. But it must have been something about the title caught my attention. But I
Well,
don't
and
remember what
I
it
got
was.
trapped too sometimes because I've turned off the automatic play after a video
Same.
because that'll screw you. Because they'll like automatically play something, and then you're like, "No, I don't like that at all." But since you watched it, YouTube will be like, "You love it," and like recommend everything, and I'm like, "I don't love it. Stop it."
Well, sometimes I'll put on a long stream, like how Emily Baker's are like 3 hours long usually. So if I'm doing a replay on that or someone else's, sometimes I'll put that on, especially if I know it's like an hour or longer, and then put my tablet beside my bed and kind of be listening to it and paying attention while I'm in bed until I doze off. So I really don't want the replay going on, otherwise it's going to kill the battery on my tablet.
Well, Grace Case and I talk about that too because I'll do that on my phone sometimes, like when EKC does a late stream, and I'll wake up and it'll be like block, that like thing comes up wherever you want to block somebody or report them, and I'm like, no. I'm like, I wonder. Well, and they finally taught me how to check because I was like, I wonder if I've ever accidentally blocked someone. But and then sometimes I'm like, no
What's
one
fun
is.
is finding out when you've been blocked. I've had that happen a couple times in EKC's chat. People are
Oh
talking
yeah.
to someone, I'm like, I don't see that person. Huh. Well,
Do
one of them is someone that used to be a mod for Ren, and I kept seeing the other people talking with this person's name. I'm like, well, that's a little weird. And then EKC actually brought one of her comments up on the screen. I'm like, huh,
You're
she
like,
must have me
oh,
blocked. I've never actually talked to her. All right, whatever.
isn't that weird? I wonder. I wish we could see who blocked us. I've only been blocked once that I know of.
I know there's at least 2 people.
And mine, I truly think I was blocked by accident. I think they were going after the comment next to mine and accidentally got mine. So then, like, because it was on a particular channel, and then they couldn't see me. So I figure out I'm blocked. And then I got mad because YouTube kept recommending, and I was like, if I'm blocked by like that channel, I'm not gonna watch it. But then YouTube kept being like, hey, this channel put out a new video. And I was like, well, I don't care. I'm blocked. So like, why are you suggesting a channel that blocked me? That's
Well, it's
just
like
cruel.
there's certain channels that I did watch for a while, and then I was like, no, they're full of shit. I don't want to watch them anymore. So I figured out. Actually, I think I looked it up on Google, but there's a way in your recommended when it recommends that channel, you can say never recommend this channel again.
Yes, but you know what? I've
So like
done
the
that.
the entire Shrew crew, yeah, I don't see them on my recommended anymore.
But sneakily, those channels can come back up by accident. Like if you, let's say EKC did a stream on one particular person and had it like hashtagged and stuff, then that person will pop back up in your feed. Because
Really,
I've had
I
that.
haven't had that. I haven't had that happen.
I've had it happen because the channel that blocked me, like it would happen, and I'd be like, "Ugh!" Like, I'm like, I'm not watching your content, but it would be like I was watching like her content adjacent. You know what I mean? Like I watched something close enough to her that they like popped her back up in my recommended, and I'm like, I am blocked on this channel, so no. And that should just be standard policy for them. If a channel blocks you, don't recommend it. It's rude. It makes you feel bad every time.
Well, on the flip side, I mean, this isn't something I do, but it seems like a lot of people are into hate watching. So I could see where just because someone blocked them, they might still watch.
Oh, that's an excellent point. Because
I
with
mean,
me, it's like
I
I'm
don't
like,
do
oh, you
that because it's
blocked me,
like
I'm out.
if I don't, if I get to the point where I'm like I don't value anything this creator has to say, I'm just not going to watch him. I'm not going to hate watch him. It's like that's just a waste of my time.
Yes. Yeah. Well, I used to during the pandemic, I would hate watch more. But that also more was going on, like gossipy. I always called it my soap opera, the whole KJ thing. I'd be like, things are crazy in my soap opera. And that's when like the Nat stuff was going on. So that was like, even though you're hate watching, you're like, well, yeah, but I'm still trying to figure out that Nat mystery. So I could
Well, see, then
justify.
I just watch channels that recap it from other channels.
But then that's when I was like, stop watching these people that really hack you off.
Especially
Because
once I learned how the whole thing works with clicks and with views and monetization, all that. I'm like, I don't want to help their channel. So
I know I'm huge on that. I'm like, I don't like that person. They won't get one click from me.
mhm.
Not one. You've never seen a KJ video, Sean? That's
Wow,
awesome.
you are very lucky.
Yeah. But I don't, I mean, I don't watch any KJ content from her original, her platforms. I watch it all through other people. And frankly,
Mhm.
I'm kind of like bored with her.
Yeah, it has gotten boring. It's like at this point, she's not going to change. I mean, the only thing I'd really want to see is if someone does successfully sue her and makes her eat crow. But that's pretty much it.
Well, and do
Her
people
ongoing
really want
nonsense
her
and
to
just kind of
change?
bored with. I mean, for the good of humanity, yes.
Yeah. But I think like all the channels that I think people are just like, no, that's why I'm doing this. I'm like, no, you're doing it because it's like juicy and gossipy. And like that's why I still watch it, because it's like gossip.
Mhm.
But
And
like,
everyone does like a villain.
yes. And I mean, and if you pay like in EKC's chat, we don't pay any attention to what EKC is talking about. And then she'll go like, "What do you think about chat?" And we're like,
Mint
Oreos.
Oreos are the best.
Right? Regulars got a 6 out of 10.
uh, I
Like,
do pay attention to what she's saying, but only partially.
I was like, I semi do. Like, it depends on the topic. And sometimes it like I feel bad because I'll see like literally no one in chat is talking about what she's talking about. So then I'm like, I gotta throw her a comment. like, like I feel bad. But I also can't like goof off in chat and pay attention. Like my brain isn't that I'm not that smart.
Well, sometimes I'll have to reread comments a couple times because I'm listening more. So like, wait, what did that person just say? I'll have to scroll back up and look.
Yeah. I
So
do that too.
it's a lot easier to do that than be like, oh crap, what'd she just say? And I have to rewind a little bit and then play it at like 1.25 speed so I catch back up.
Oh, that's the worst. And then you're like, now chat doesn't make sense. I'm trying to like catch up. And
Mhm.
then if someone like is playing a video and the video is like, they're like, okay, I'm gonna 2 times this video, and you're like trying to fast forward their stream.
Oh, I
I'm
can't do
like,
that. I just can't catch what they're saying if it's too fast.
I can't either.
Like some people at 1.5 speed, like when EKC plays KJ at 1.5 speed, that's fine. But like EKC at 1.5 speed, I no, that's just too fast. She talks too fast.
yeah. Yeah.
It's like kind of like 1.25 seems to work.
Yeah. I'm a one. I never go above 1.5. Otherwise, I don't understand what anybody's saying. And I tend to like tune out when it goes that fast. You know, where I'm like, I'm already out. I can't understand it. And then I just don't pay any attention. Yeah, Teresa's bored with her too. Like, we've had the same conversations over and over and over about KJ.
hmm
And now everyone's like just replaying the same videos. I'm like, let's find someone else to gossip about.
Yeah, well, I mean, EKC when she started doing her I forgot what she called it. I guess she was taking some old clips and putting it into a new video so she could archive that video and still have those clips. I think is how she described it or something along those lines. I'm like, okay,
Yes.
well, I understand it, but I don't really want to see these really old clips again.
I know. I pieced out on this too. I was like, I've already seen this 15 times.
I mean, I get it, and sometimes I'll go in and just click like on it, but I'm not watching the whole thing.
See, well, and I don't tend to.
Well, except there have been a couple times I did when I was gonna go to bed. I just wanted something to have on to listen to.
Yeah. And it's like good for that because you're like, I don't really care. So, like, I can fall asleep to this.
Yeah. Plus, it's like, well, I'm not really be paying attention for very long, so I know I'm gonna fall asleep. But at least this way, she'll get the watch time and the the view and the click and the like and everything. So why not?
That's awesome. See, I'm more fickle with my likes because some stuff I'm like, I don't really like this.
I tend to go more by creator. If I like the creator, I'll like it. I'm more likely to like it. I mean, they have to do something. I have to think they're really being an asshole in a stream to not like it.
Yeah, that's true. I do that. But I don't go back and like because you've done this and this like really made me feel good. Thank you for doing it. But you went back and you're like, let me leave comments on your videos, like right when I started, and I was like, oh, John left comment. Like now no
Well,
one leaves comments, and I'm like, I get it.
well, I felt bad for missing a couple because I was like, I just missed it. It's like, whoops. Especially the one where you actually mentioned me by name and I wasn't even there.
Don't worry, I'm never mad if you're not here. Like, I mean, I love when you are, but also I understand that the world exists. Plus, I kind of like that about my channel is I feel like it's one that you can like come in for 5 minutes, come in for an hour. You know what I mean? Like it's like not a you're not missing anything. If that's to uh, I think that's a good thing about my channel. I don't mean to I feel like it sounds bad. But
No, it's entertainment. It's not something life changing. It's entertainment. And
yeah,
unfortunately, there are some people that end up getting so full of themselves they forget that, like KJ.
yeah. Well, and then I'm like, I like that it's like that casual. So you can be like, well, I'm gonna go make dinner and then I'll pop back in. Or, you know, whatever. Or I'll like hang out till my friend comes over and then I'm gonna peace out on the stream. But like I gave some watch time. I don't know.
Plus,
I just
plus the shorter videos are perfect for that. So like usually, like right now, I'm using my computer because I have to. My only mic is connected to a headset that has to plug into my computer. But usually when I'm watching YouTube, I watch it on my tablet, and often I'm playing a game or doing something else on my computer. But I love doing YouTube on my tablet because then I'm like, all right, well, oh look, like that umbrella guy has like a 6-minute video, so I'll just put it on my tablet, bring it over into the kitchen, and make something to eat.
see. I don't have a tablet. I mean, I do that with my phone. Sometimes I'll just play one so I can and like listen to it. Or like EKC's stream tonight. Like I was playing that while I was making dinner and like getting dressed, whatever. I was doing stuff. And then after whenever I was done with everything and done eating, I was like, okay, now I can chat. So
It
I'll
also comes
list.
in handy. It's like, oh, have to go to the bathroom, bring the tablet in.
Well, and I
That's like
have a
when I'm not chatting for a while, it's probably because I'm on my tablet and doing something else. Because like when I actually chat, I hate trying to type one letter at a time because I'm used to touch typing. So I'll, even though I'm listening on my tablet, if I actually intend to write something in chat, I'll usually just bring up a Google window and open up YouTube and type on my computer.
like I just usually I watch a stream and then I decide to chat depending on if I'm interested, if I have a thought to like donate. So I'm like, I'll turn it on my TV and do whatever and listen, and then be like, all right, I'm gonna jump in. It depends, and sometimes like I'll watch the chat and be like, no one fun's in chat, I'm out.
I've been that. Or sometimes I'll put like, hey everybody, and or howdy y'all, and in the chat, and then it's kind of slow. So then I'll be like, all right, well, I'm listening to it on my tablet. I still have the tab open on my computer. But I'll bring up a game on my computer. And next thing I know, like the stream's ending. It's like, oh shit, I didn't even go back and look at chat.
I've done that too. Or I'll start like texting someone in real life and be like, like semi listening to the stream. I don't know. YouTube's like, you can watch a lot of streams and like not pay attention to a lot of the same streams. I'm like, well, I was here for that whole thing, but I don't think I watched any of it. Like, I don't know. Maybe I'm just.
Yeah, you
I
were there
think.
for the whole thing, but if someone asked you like half an hour later, oh, what was that about? Like, stuff. We talked about
Exactly.
cookies. What was the person on panel talking about? There was someone else on panel?
Right? We're like, I didn't know that. I don't know. My YouTube habits are changing, I've noticed. And not necessarily in a bad way. Because, like you said, you're like, oh, I'm reading these books. I'm like, that's so much better for you than YouTube.
Well, I'm not really learning anything. It's all fantasy, but still.
It's still
Sometimes I
like,
learn a word.
I I still think reading is better than watching TV, which I consider YouTube TV now.
Yeah, for some odd reason, the last few years, actually since COVID started, like I said, I got bored with TV and started actually watching YouTube. I rarely turn my TV on anymore, which kind of sucks because I'm paying for Disney Plus. But
I know. I
at
will
least my sisters and my nieces are watching it.
see that's the way you got to do it with all those. That's why I moved away from TV because I hated all those streaming apps. Because I would get furious about whatever I wanted to watch. Like it was a hunt to find it, and then episodes would be missing, or they'd be like, "Oh yeah, you have Hulu, but you don't have the upgraded version to see that show." And I'm like, "Stop it!" like, like watching TV has become a chore now. So I just was like, "Forget it," and I canceled everything, and then I switched to YouTube, and now
What's funny
here
is
I
I
am.
actually think of turning the TV on and going to the app and bringing up a specific show just seems like a real chore to me now. Like,
It
God,
is a
I think I've reached a new level of lazy.
yeah. Well, I mean, it is a chore though, because you have to like go kind of hunt it down. And
Like,
I'm like,
I like all the Marvel stuff. That series Loki came out. I'm like, oh, I'd like to watch that. I haven't seen a single episode. She-Hulk came out. Well, to mixed reviews.
oh yeah,
I did watch the first episode, and I just haven't bothered watching anymore. Moon Knight, I watched I think 2 or 3. I'm like, this is just weird, and I haven't gone back to that. That reminded me too much of Legion.
see, I don't watch any of those. I watch the only show I watch right now is oh no, I watched 60 Days In, and then someone in a chat the other day was like, "Hey, is anybody here obsessed with The Handmaid's Tale?" And I was like, "The new season started, and I'm 6 episodes behind. Now 5. I watched 1 episode, Teresa, but I
What's
don't."
like the Mandalorian when season 2 came out? I was like, oh, the second season's out because I loved the first season. I still haven't watched a single episode of the second season yet.
I know, isn't that weird? Because I do that too. I'm like, I can't wait for this show to come out, and then I'm like, I'll watch it some other time. Like, I don't know why I don't watch it.
Yeah, I think my attention span has just gone to hell.
I think mine has too.
It's like
And
the
I
idea of going to a movie theater and watching a movie. I'm like, do I really want to commit to just sitting there and doing one thing for like an hour and a half?
no, and I semi blame YouTube for it because you can like turn it on and either participate in the chat or be doing like 8 other things at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
And so now to like sit down and watch a TV show, I'm like, it's too much. And I never was a binge watcher to begin with. So, and TV shows get ruined. Like, they'll drop all the episodes on Friday, and by Saturday morning, they're like, here's all the spoilers if you open your computer. And I'm like, I don't have time to, like, I'm not going to sit and watch TV all night.
Well, now that I know what happened, why bother watching it?
Yes. I'm like, you ruined it for me, internet.
It's
I don't
like
know.
a couple of my friends are shocked that I've never, because I like sci-fi, well, mostly fantasy. A couple of my friends are just shocked that I've never seen a single episode of was it the Thrones show?
Game of Thrones.
That's it, Game of Thrones.
I've never seen it either. And it does not look good to me.
Which is kind of funny because like the types of books and some of the games I play are that type of world. But I'm like actually watching the series, like,
See, I like this sci-fi. I like the space series. Like,
Lately I've been really into, well, if we're talking about reading, I've really been into lit RPGs.
yeah, you told me. I put those on my list because you recommended some.
Yeah, the one thing I the one thing that kind of sucks about it is some of the sites like Royal Road has a bunch of the stories on it, but when the authors like say the one of the stories I've been following for the longest is called The Primal Hunter. That's like in the hundreds of chapters now, but they've actually split it off into I think two different books. But like once they get enough chapters and they have enough where they're like, okay, this is going to be book 1, and then they go and they have it made into a book and they sell it on Amazon. One of the authors had posted something about it being part of a contract or something where once they put it up for sale, it can't be available anywhere else. So then all those chapters that compose that book that's now available for sale on Amazon, they have to take those chapters out of Royal Road, so you can't read them for free anymore.
Really?
Yep, and that kind of sucks.
That does suck. Hmm. No, I'm
And
gonna
it's
get
like
into that, I think.
someone was telling me about the series called Defiance of the Fall. I guess they actually have like 6 or 7 books of it out now. So, and I found it online, so I started reading it for free, and I got to chapter 7, and that's where it ends.
Oh.
That's the last one. It goes from chapter 7 to chapter like I don't know 1,000 something.
Oh, that's terrible.
So it's like I can't read anything for free in between. I'd have to actually go and buy the books. I'm like, and I'm tempted because the story actually sounds pretty cool. And from what people are telling me about how it's turned out, it's like the character progressively gets more and more powerful, and all this stuff happens. I'm like, I'm kind of tempted, but I'm
You
also
should
kind of hoping that the book goes on sale.
We'll put in a request to your library and sometimes they'll buy it. That's what I do.
Well, I signed up. There's an email book list kind of thing. No, email newsletter. It's called Book Barbarian. So when you go up and you sign up for it, um, they'll have you get to choose what genres or books are you interested in. So you go and you choose them, and you put in your email address and stuff, and then about either once a day or once every other day, they'll send you an email, and it will only be books that are free or marked way down like 99 cents. I've actually read a couple different series that way. Like, and every once in a while you'll get some special deal of like I got an entire series. It was about some witch in Salem. I forget what the series was called, but it was like 3 or 4 books. But the whole series was free, but it's only for a limited time. And they'll give you an Amazon link to it. So basically, it's searching Amazon, and it's saying, okay, well these types of books that you're interested in, there's a free offer right now, or it's marked way down for a limited time. Here's a
Are
link
they
to
all
it.
ebooks?
Yes.
Hmm. I mean, I could read
And
this on my computer.
yeah, like I have the Kindle app on my phone. I actually own a Kindle, and I have the Kindle app on my tablet.
Like,
So
I'm going to consider that. I already searched for Book Barbarian and have it up.
it's pretty handy. I mean, like I said, I've actually started a few different series that way. It's like the first book was free, and
See, and I
then I was
love
like, all right, this is
series.
good. This is good. And then if I like that first book, then I'll go ahead and buy the rest of the books in the series.
Well, I'm a big library person because I don't really like owning books. And I've never read on, I mean, I've read on my computer here and there and whatever. But I don't know. And I stopped reading. Well, like my reading had tailored off. And I think I was just like straight YouTube for a while. And then I got back into it. But my cat died. And we are still here, Grace Case. But he always would lay on my stomach when I would read a book. So then I got sad with reading and I'm like, been pouting all year about it. But lately I've really been like missing books. And I don't know, want to move away from the screens as much.
Well, I hadn't read. I had kind of gotten away from reading for a little bit, and when I was living in Myrtle Beach, um, I'd have some free time, and actually, I was staying at a friend's house at first. First couple years I was down there, I was renting a room, but then I wasn't getting along with him or his husband that much. They were just really getting on my nerves. So I wanted any excuse I could to not be there. So then I started reading more. I like, and down there it was really cool. It's like they'd have these certain areas just off the beach where it'd have like these wooden benches and stuff set up. So it's like the perfect place to go get a sandwich and read there. And at the time I had my tablet, but you can't read a tablet under bright sunlight.
Oh,
It's just a
yeah.
black screen. So and I bought my well my I was gonna say my first Kindle. It's the only Kindle I have. But I got a Kindle Paperwhite, which is amazing. I love it.
Is that the one that it looks like a book page?
Yes, you can read it
Okay.
in bright sunlight. It also has a light that you can turn on or off, so you can and you can adjust the intensity of it, so you can read if it's getting darker. But it's not
Oh,
backlit. So yeah, it's like reading a book. And it doesn't bug your eyes out.
yeah, because
It's
I
great.
borrowed, my friend lent me her Kindle because whatever book, I don't remember, whatever we were reading, she only had it on her Kindle. And she's like, you can borrow it. And it was one that where they looked like book pages, but I don't think it had the light. I don't know. I'll have to look into that because I've never bought a Kindle or anything, but
I
it
didn't on
does.
a I did it with a special deal. It's like, well, I was looking up options because I couldn't tell if I wanted to get the Kindle from Amazon or if I wanted to get the Nook from Barnes and Noble.
Yes.
So I was like looking at the pros and cons of both, and then I had because I have an Amazon account. It came up with this offer where it was like, if you signed up for their card, you'd get like I think it's like $100 credit or something like that.
Yes,
I was
because I
like,
signed up for their card for that too.
yeah, I did that and put it towards the Kindle Paperwhite.
Yeah. I bought a pool vacuum. I was like, this is real expensive. And they're like, you can get $100 if you get our credit card. I'm like, deal.
I still have the Kindle. I no longer have the Amazon credit card.
I do have the credit card. I was thinking about using it for some because I don't really use credit cards unless
Well, neither do I. And if you don't use it in so long, they automatically shut the account on you.
yes. I've been busted that way too before. Well, usually they'll send you a letter and be like, we're gonna shut your card down. And they hate me because like if I do charge something on my credit card, then I come home and pay it off the next day. And they're like, it's not how you're supposed to use them. Like, it's how I use them.
What's funny is there's this on my credit history. It's showing that I still have a store credit card that I don't have. Like I closed the account. The stores, well, I think they may still have a couple stores left, but none anywhere that I've seen in years. But for some reason, it's still showing as active on my credit history. So it's still helping out. It's still helping me out with strengthening my credit history.
Nice.
It's my longest open account. Like, all right.
See, I jacked my credit by accident. I mean, it's fine now. So when I was a teenager, my mom put me on, like, got me my own credit card, but it was for like if I needed new clothes, she'd be like, "Oh, go use your credit card," and then you're like building. I mean, she would pay it, but I had to have like permission to use it. I wasn't like, I'm just have a credit card. But every once in a while, she'd say, "Oh, put that on your credit card in your name." So it like was building my credit.
Mm-hmm.
And when I forgot about it because I was a grown adult, and when she died, I like canceled all her credit cards in one fell swoop. but my name was on all the accounts. And then I tried to like get something and they were like, well, your credit score is really low. I'm like, what? And they were like, well, you canceled like 5 credit cards all at one time. And I was like, oh, I didn't. So just anybody out there in the internet world, don't do that if your parent passes away because it'll jack your credit. And I mean, like all I did was like, I just had to call the credit bureaus and be like, it's because this person passed away. So it turned out fine. But it like, my credit went down to like 630 or something. And I was like, oh no. And I'm like, I thought I was doing something smart, like canceling all her credit cards.
Yeah, I've gotten bitten on that too, canceling stuff and then finding out that it negatively affects my credit history. And I'm like, oh shit.
Yeah, and that it shouldn't negatively affect you.
I
I
know,
mean,
because
the
it's like I can now I have less chance of getting into overnight debt. So wouldn't that be a good thing?
exactly. I'm like, I'm trying to clean up what's out here. I
I'm
don't
showing
know.
that I can be responsible. So what the hell?
That whole
Well,
credit thing is all seems like a scam to me.
oh, it is. Oh, I got so mad at the first card I ever had in my name was a Sears card. And every so often, I get a notification saying that they upped my credit limit.
Mine too, because I don't use the credit card, so they keep trying to give you more money.
Well, they kept upping it. So I call them up. And I did this like 2 or 3 times. I call them up and be like, put my limit back to what it was. And it's like the person I'm talking to is like just confused. If we're giving you more credit, I'm like, yeah, I don't want that.
Like, I don't need it.
I don't want the temptation. Put it back down.
I
Because
see.
when I first got the card, the day I got the card, I also bought um, a video game system and a stereo, which was almost the limit of the card at the time.
See, I made the mistake like in my early 20s, and I don't know, racked up credit card debt. Not like a huge amount, but enough that I was like, oh, I learned my lesson. And now I just don't buy anything if I don't have the cash to, like I'll buy it on my credit card just because if you're buying stuff online or whatever.
Well, there was one Christmas I was actually in a tough financial spot, so all the Christmas presents I gave that year were from one store because I had a card to that store.
Like, been there. That's when I'm like, I will bake you all cookies. Like, but I don't know. I also am not a huge shopper, so like not using my credit card isn't that big a deal. You know, I'm like, I don't need it if I can't just buy it.
That's kind of how I am. So yeah, I'll just save up some money to get something if it's expensive and
Yes.
just wait. And unless it's something like a lung, it can wait.
Exactly. And most stuff can wait. And I am like commitment phobic too, so I'm like, well, I don't know. I don't know if I should buy that. I need to overanalyze this for a long period of time.
So I'm the kind that I like to do research on something I'm going to buy first. It's like anytime I know I'm going to be needing a new cell phone coming up, I'll be reading through article after article after article after article.
Do you know what? Here's a business idea for you, John.
Hmm.
Um, just offer that service for a set amount of money. Because there's many times where I want to purchase something, but I have no interest in researching it. So like when I needed a new computer, I just wanted to be like, all right, can I just tell somebody like this is what I want the computer to do? This is my budget. Tell me what to purchase. And I would pay for that.
Well, they have oh crap, what is it? They actually have a magazine just for that.
Consumer Reports.
That's it. Actually, that is it.
Is it really?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Um, which I have bought some of those in the past, but it's like, eh.
Yeah, I'm like, I don't. There's just certain things. Well, especially with like electronics and stuff, where I'm like, it's so like specific. That noise went away.
with the bubble noise.
Oh, it's back. Yeah. Um, you are gonna miss the cookie discussion. Wait, we ranked it. John gave it a 6 out of 10. I feel like that's too low.
But
I'm
you
gonna
didn't
go.
actually rank it.
I'm gonna go 8 out of 10.
You know what's hilarious is I've had Oreos sitting in front of me this entire time. I haven't eaten one.
Me too.
uh, I don't dare to dunk them now though because the milk is room temperature and it was
Oh,
iffy to begin with.
yeah. I'm like, don't touch them. And I would say Oreos. If I'm purchasing an Oreo cookies, I would go for an Oreo. Some of the time. Ooh,
I,
maybe that's a good way to do it. I
hmm?
would go for an Oreo. Ooh, you might be right. 5 or 6 out of 10 times, like 50% of the time, if
That's like
purchasing it.
Oreo, like the regular Oreos are good. Like I have anything bad to say about them, but I'd rather have mint.
I'd rather have dark chocolate, the dark chocolate
Oh,
Oreo.
that caramel and coconut one was pretty good when I tried that.
I thought going into this, I was convinced that the regular Oreo would be my favorite. And then I ate the dark chocolate ones, purchased regular, and I was like, this is a shocker. But I like the dark chocolate ones better.
It's like, and I like the fudge covered ones, but I don't know, I've only bought them once. I don't know. I'll probably buy them again sometime. I just don't know how long until I would.
That's how I was with the fudge covered ones. Like they were good.
Now, if I ever see the fudge covered mint ones, I will definitely get those to at least try.
They are not my favorite. I don't know.
Well, Nabisco needs to get on the ball and start shipping out the mint cookies.
Yeah, they do. Must be a mint shortage. I don't know. Like the fudge covered ones it's too much. And if I'm going to go for something like that rich,
And they don't dunk. They don't dunk well at all because
no.
the fudge, the milk doesn't seep in.
And I purchased those when it was summer. So,
Ooh, messy.
yeah. And I mean, they were good. But they're like those, in my opinion, need to come in like a 2 pack or a 4 pack. Like, I don't need a whole box of them. That's like a special where I'm like, oh, I could go for a couple of those and be good. I think I don't know. I just think if I'm going for something incredibly rich, I'm going to choose like cheesecake over that fudge covered Oreo.
Yeah, 'cause when I had them, I think I ate like one, maybe two in a day.
Yeah, you couldn't go above 2 at all because it was just too much.
Hmm. Yeah, and I was disappointed when I found I couldn't dunk them.
I agree. I'll be interested for your review on fudge covered mint ones when they ever come available in your area.
If they ever become available. What's weird is the last time was okay, but like there were probably maybe like two, maybe three times I went to the grocery store, and like the section where the cookies are, there's a lot of empty spaces.
Really?
Yeah, and it was specifically, if I can talk, where the Nabisco cookies were. So that's why I'm wondering if something was going on with Nabisco.
I just escalated. I'm like, maybe they had a fire at one of their plants. I took that way too far.
Like it wasn't because it wasn't just the Oreos, but it was also the Chips Ahoy
Hmm.
that were like kind of out. And like I usually get the chewy Chips Ahoy, and I couldn't find any of those one of the times I went. All they had was the regular ones. The last time I went, they had ton. It looked like they were just trying to take up shelf space though, because they had tons of the regular Oreos, but not much of the different flavors.
Well, and maybe they're like, I guess if we don't have the different flavors, yeah, just ship us regular. They'll they'll buy them. I don't know. I don't even walk down the cookie aisle at the store. Like it's a very I don't know.
There have been times where that was the main thing I wanted to get. So
I
let's
don't
see.
blame you.
I'm out of cookies. What else do I need to get?
I was always more of an ice cream person. But then once again, I've proven that I'm not responsible with ice cream in my house. I mean, I had to like start buying ice cream bars, like or like drumsticks, so it was like portion controlled for me. Because I
Oh,
if
I've
I
done that. I'll just get the big tub of ice cream, set it on my desk, and just take a spoon and eat it that way. I
do
think I've lived alone too long. I'm too barbaric now.
no, John, me too. I would totally do that. And then sometimes you get to the point where you're like, I'm this close to being done, so you just eat the rest of it.
I've done that even though I wasn't hungry anymore. Yep.
Yep, and because
It's
I'm like,
amazing the way, because I still eat like I'm a teenager. It's amazing. I don't weigh like 200 plus pounds by now. I really
I
should.
know. Well, that's why I was like, and one night I like kind of made myself sick by eating too much ice cream, and I was like, you're not responsible enough to have ice cream in your house. Like it's just you've proven this. You've done this too many times. Because I'll buy ice cream and be like, this should last me however long. And like 3 days later, I'm out of ice cream. I'm
I'll
like,
kind
no.
of forget about it. If it's in the freezer, it's out of sight, out of mind. And it might be like 3 or 4 days from like, oh yeah, I have ice cream.
I do if I bury it, but if it's on top, I remember it's there. And then I get like excited for it because I don't really buy sweet stuff as much as my chit chatting doesn't imply that. But I'm more of like a popcorn person. And if I buy a sweet, like I keep apples because like that craves or cures my sweet tooth. But and evidently I just go crazy if I get cookies in my house. But I think it's because I don't keep the stuff in my house. So then when it's here, it feels like it's a big to
What
do.
I notice I can't. The one bad thing I noticed with myself, especially with the ice cream, is say if I have it out in the tub and I'm just eating out of the tub with a spoon, I have to be careful what I'm doing. Like if I'm reading a book online, like reading, hours can pass without me noticing. So if I'm eating something like a big tub of ice cream and I'm reading,
Yes,
I'll
you're
just
just
keep
like
eating
numb eating, like not even
until
aware you're
suddenly I
doing it.
notice that the ice cream's like really, really melty. Like,
Yeah.
oh shit, I ate how much ice cream?
Yeah. Or I'll be like, my stomach kind of hurts. And I'm like, oh, that's
It's like,
because,
I guess I don't need to have dinner now.
yes, I've done that too. I think the living by yourself, like, really does induce some poor habits.
Hmm.
Because I'm like, that's not, don't do that. I'm like,
Yeah, then you don't have the pressure of someone else being like, "You're really gonna eat that?"
right. And I'm like, absolutely, I am. Yeah, it's terrible. All right, John, my computer's about to die. We've talked the battery out of it.
Wow, I
And
don't
I
even
feel
know how
like
long we've been on.
a while, it's 11:30 now. And we started at 9.
Oh crap! Yeah, it's like 12:30 here.
Well,
It does not
and
feel like it's been 2.5 hours. Wow.
no, it doesn't. And I feel like we got to the bottom of regular Oreos. I'm going to officially give them a 6 out of 10. That's what I'm putting on their
And it
score
looks like
sheet.
there's still a couple people we haven't bored to sleep yet.
Some people left and came back. Who else still in here? It's
Oh,
everyone.
it's showing
Everyone's
4.
sleeping.
They fell asleep with the stream on.
They probably did. I bet Grace Case does that a lot because sometimes she'll be like, "Okay, guys, I'm horizontal now." And
Well,
Mousy,
and didn't she leave and come back? So maybe she is one of the ones that's asleep.
and Mousy usually leaves the stream running because sometimes she'll like pop back in 20 minutes. She'll be like, "I just woke up," and I'm like, "You just went to bed." So it's probably all sleepers.
See, I don't nap like that. If I fall asleep, it's gonna be hours.
Me too. That's how I am. I'm like, "See you tomorrow."
Oh, Autistic Shill's still here. We're glad that you're still with us.
Hey, Autistic Shill. Out of the FBI. Or are you, Steve? Is this a trick?
Maybe she's undercover from Steve. FBI Steve.
Who I'm convinced left the FBI and is like on a beach in Mexico because he's like, I'm not dealing with that nonsense anymore.
He joined the Federal Protection Program just to get away from KJ.
Right? Those people.
I still think he's not even real, and she just made him up.
Oh, I agree. I mean, because really, like all those people thrown, like I contacted the FBI. I'm like, the FBI thinks you guys are all jokes.
It's like, yeah, an agent really spent the time and took you seriously. Sure.
Right. Some like housewife from Minnesota has super info on Todd Chrisley. Okay. I'm sure they rushed right over. And what I love is like they all say that, and I'm like, you guys do realize that if they Googled your name, they'd be like, oh, this idiot.
I mean,
Like,
it for the FBI to get involved with the whole Nat thing. It took a high-powered, rich lawyer to get involved before they'd even, and he had to push them before they'd even get involved, and that involved CP.
I still think there's a whole story to that we don't know.
Probably.
And I think
it's nuts though that they haven't tossed her in jail though.
Well, I think one day out of the blue, something will come out and we'll all go, oh, now it makes sense. Like, I think we're all, I don't believe the story we've been fed at all. Because
there's definitely stuff that we're in the dark about, but I think that we'll probably never know.
Maybe we never will. I mean, it was an
because who would find out and then tell us?
Yeah, and we'll all forget. Like, give it a few more months, and we'll be like, "What?"
Yeah, people say something about Nat, and like, Nat who? What?
Exactly. We'll be like, "That's old news." I don't know. I just, I think there's a lot of like fakery.
Yeah, well, there's at least one person who is claiming to be a victim in the Nat thing that I don't believe. I don't think they were ever part of it.
Who? You don't have to say.
Someone with a southern accent. Because she just had a very small channel at the time, and all of a sudden thought that she was. Hey, Aaron's here.
Hey, what's up, EKC?
Well, that should make this much more entertaining for you, Aaron.
We've talked about everything but cookies. No, we talked about cookies.
Yeah, we spent about 5 minutes talking about the. We spent probably about 5 minutes talking about the actual regular Oreos that the stream was supposed to be about.
Yep. Well, I kind of knew it too. I'm like, the Oreo. I mean, okay, I like Oreos, but also I've like lost a little interest in Oreos. And I'm like, I really just wanted to be like, hey everybody, how are these Oreos good? I don't know. I was more enthusiastic and then I ate too many Oreos. And also, no one really
Plus,
cares.
and I didn't even know this until I think it was Grace Case that was telling me, because Miss Sandra and I were talking about the cookies, and then I think it was Grace Case that said that she couldn't find mint Oreos. She'd never seen them in her area. I'm like, wait, are they regional? And yeah, it seems like they're regional, which is just
Yes.
nuts.
I am interested by the regions, but I'm also interested in the different cities that are test cities, like where they roll out like Frito-Lay will be like, test these new flavors of chips in Omaha, Nebraska, or wherever it
Didn't
is.
little mousy girl say that she sees that kind of stuff?
Oh, do they do it where she lives?
I I mean, I could be mistaken, but I thought she said something like that.
I don't know. I'll have to ask her tomorrow.
Oh, Aaron,
Dang,
those sound really good.
those do sound really good. I'm like, I could go for those. They're mini Oreo ice cream cookies.
I have not seen that.
I don't even know what that means, but
Are
I
they
like.
hard or are they soft? The cookie part.
Is the ice cream in between it? That's like bite-sized ice cream.
Yeah, but that could be more dangerous because then you're like, oh, they're so small, and then before you know it, you're eating like 20.
Oh, for sure. That's what I'm like. 20, I would be like, thank God I stopped at 20. That's
Although,
one where you have to like take out the number you can eat and then like leave the kitchen. You're like,
yeah.
all right.
Oh, it gets hard because then they're frozen and they're gonna start melting as soon as you take them out.
Yep.
But I got disappointed with the Mrs. Fields. I mentioned that once before. It's like, because I saw it and I was like, oh, chocolate chip cookies with ice cream in between. That'd be incredible. And I got them and I tried it. And I was like, I mean, it's all right.
Yeah, it's not as good as you think it is. But they used to, when I was in high school, my friend's mom, and I still look for this, she would purchase, they were called Mr. Cookie Faces. And it was like a giant Oreo wafer with vanilla ice cream and then another giant Oreo wafer. But they had a little face on them, Mr. Cookie Face, and they were phenomenal.
Never heard of those. Huh.
Yeah, I can't find them anymore. I don't know where she got them, but she would buy them just for me. Or I went over and ate them like she did. I don't know.
Did you ever try Googling it?
Not recently. I just randomly look when I'm at a store.
Well, that's odd. My phone just activated the Google Assistant. Apparently, it thought I said something that it should pay attention to. Weird. FBI Steve, are you there?
He's like, I'm listening. Your guys' theory is
Tell
you
us more
need
about these ice cream cookies.
He's like, I am intrigued. Yeah, Mr. Cookie Face. Here it is. I'm like, I'll show you.
Do they still make them?
I don't know. I'm just looking. New Jersey ice cream. Oh my God. This is a. It says a worker at New Jersey ice cream facility has fingertip lopped off while. And it's
Ew.
under the Mr. Cookie Face. I don't want to read that article. Hang on.
Well, maybe hold off a little while before you try any. Is this a fingernail in this ice cream?
That was a shocking result. They were so good, though. I mean, it might be one of those things that I just remember more fondly because I can't find it anymore.
I remember that. Well, it's like when I was a kid, my parents would once in a while they'd get sherbet ice cream or sherbet. Sherbet, I think is how it's
Oh yeah,
spelled.
it's
And I used to be like, "Oh, this is great." And then like as an adult, I was like, and I just hadn't had it for years and years and years. And as an adult, I'm like, I haven't had this since I was a kid. So I got some like, eh, and I haven't bought it since.
I think that's how most kid foods are.
Although there's this one thing, it was amazing. It's I was in a liquor store one time, and they had a TGI Fridays brand of drinks, and it was like the alcohol and stuff all mixed in. So you buy the bottle, and you're supposed to pour it into a blender, a certain amount into a blender, and then you dump in ice, and you run it in the blender.
Oh yeah, I've had those. They did like mudslide.
Uh-huh. And their strawberry shortcake was amazing. But they had one that was an orange creamsicle that reminded me of the sherbet.
See,
And
I
it was
never
good.
liked that orange flavor. My brother always liked that. And maybe that's why I didn't like it. Because I was like, every time he picked like our treat, I hated it. Like he would be like cinnamon toast crunch. I'm like, ugh, not what I would have chosen. Orange sherbet, not what I would have chosen. So I think it was like tactical on his part. He's like, that broad will never eat this. Genius.
Those TGI Friday drinks were great. At one point, I had a roommate who he and I both really liked the strawberry shortcake one. So we were getting like a bottle a week, and we just started referring to it as pink crap.
Oh
And
yeah.
we liked it, but it's pink, and we just kept referring to it as pink crap.
Dude, I used to have a roommate who owned a bar. So I would come home and she'd be like, I'm trying this bourbon slush to see if I want to sell it at the bar. I'm like, all right, I will try that. And then it
Hit
got
me.
like excessive. I'm like, listen, I'm drinking every day and I don't think that's good for me. But to this day, like, we always laugh. I'm like, best roommate ever. Just came home with like random booze. And then people would give her like sample odd bottles. Like she had margarita schnapps and it was delicious.
Hmm.
Also can't find that anymore. But I think I don't know, it was some weird one time thing.
I had an art. There was an author I used to follow, Drew something. Crap, I don't remember his last name now. But good author. I just haven't seen him put anything out in quite a while. But he would talk about he went to writing full time. He talked about day drinking. Like he talked a lot about alcohol. Um, his profile picture was him sitting in like a blazer, and then he had one of those big red plastic hats on his head. You know, the kind where you put a beer on each side and it has straws coming down.
Oh yeah.
And he would talk about day drinking all the time. He did a video series where testing different types of alcohol with different cereals.
Oh.
So he'd have like, and I don't remember which ones went with which, but he might have like Lucky Charms, and he'd use rum chata instead of milk,
That
or
sounds
or whiskey or something like that. And he tried that with a bunch of different alcohols and a bunch of different cereals. Um, but he said the rum chata was the closest to milk.
Yeah. Have you ever had it?
um, I had a shot of it once in a bar. I thought it was all right.
It's pretty good. Like you can mix it. Um, I forget what we mix it with. Fireball whiskey, maybe.
The consistency reminded me of tequila rose.
Yes. Oh, I forgot about tequila rose.
Yeah, a couple of my friends and we were on a big tequila rose kick for a while.
See, that's like what you do. You go through like kicks, and you're like, "This is what I drink," and
Well,
then
for a
you
while,
just
I bought a bottle of it, so we'd pregame at my house before going to the bar.
yeah, that's what you gotta do. The bars are expensive.
Hell yeah! Well,
Like I
I used
drink
to
the.
think it was expensive when the drinks were $6,
Oh
and
my
now they're even
god,
more than that.
that's why I'm
Th-
a beer drinker at the bar.
So when we go to New York City, which I haven't done that in years, but when we would go to New York City, I'd be like, okay, where are the specials?
I know. Or do you go to your friend's bar that she owns?
Or if a lot of times I would drink, especially if I didn't really have a plan on what I wanted to drink, I'd just drink rum and coke instead of asking for um, Captain Morgan. I'd just be like, all right, just well rum, that's fine. I don't want to pay like $12 for one drink.
I'm like, I can't afford to pay $12 for one drink.
No.
And I'm
Can
a
I add
drinker,
just
that's
chill?
why I go with the beer. Yeah, Jen, I think it
Yes.
is.
Yeah, that sounds right.
It's pretty good. That's
And
like
I like rum, which is what I did like about it.
rum isn't my favorite. I'm more of a tequila. Although I like a Moscow Mule, and that's vodka, I think,
Well,
or gin.
some of the rum is mild enough where, I mean, you can, especially if you're going out for a night of drinking, where you can drink it without getting too fucked up.
Well, and I have to be careful because sometimes I'm like, I don't really like that, but I'm thinking about like the cheap crap I bought in college versus like what you would buy as an adult. Although I do like I love Lambrusco wine, and that's super cheap.
Well, for a while, a friend of mine got me onto, we were drinking Parrot Bay, which is by Captain Morgan. It's their coconut flavored rum. And it was weak enough where, or maybe I was just drinking enough at that time, where we just drink it straight, no mixer.
Really?
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I could do that. I'm like,
That was like the only thing that I just drink straight. Because I try not to do anything straight. Ha ha ha.
see, I've ruined a lot of. Well, like I didn't drink wine for years because I got so drunk one time on the Wednesday before Thanksgiving. Like I went to my friend's house and we did have a big meal and then we drank I don't know how many bottles of wine. And then we went to a bar and I woke up on Thanksgiving Day and I was in my living room, thank goodness. And I did not move until Sunday. Like,
Yikes.
I mean, it's the worst hangover I've ever had. I was like, I don't think I should be alive right now. I don't know what's happening. I had to call somebody and I'm like, can you please bring me some Gatorade and some food? I mean, it took
Water,
me,
water.
it was like my friend got up on Thanksgiving Day to leave and I was like, how are you driving? I don't think that's safe. And I was so hungover, I couldn't even turn the TV channel. Like I watched every Parent Trap in a row. And I was like, someone, please stop this. But I was just like, this is it. This is the end of me.
This is where I'll stay for the rest of my life,
it
which
was
may be 5 minutes from now.
it was so bad.
I could never really get into drinking wine. Um, the only time, which is really funny, I only ever found one wine that I actually liked, and I can't remember what it was. I was in a grocery store. I needed to pick up I was supposed to bring a bottle of wine to a dinner. So I just went to this grocery store and they had a little cardboard display up near the front with like some different wines. And it was a brand name. It wasn't a no name. I remember it was a brand name, but I can't remember what it was. And it was a red wine and it said taste sweet on the cardboard thing. I'm like, I like sweet stuff, fine. Paid no attention to what it was or anything like that. And then we drank it and it was like, this is actually pretty good. No idea what it was. Next time I went to
Yeah.
that grocery store, that display was gone.
You're like, I'll never have it again. I'm not a huge wine drinker. It's not my favorite. Um, but I used to keep wine in my house because my neighbor would drink it and she would run out and then she would call me and be like, I will trade you 2 frozen margaritas for a bottle of wine. And I'd be like, done.
Oh, okay.
And we would meet.
At first, I was thinking, why would you want to encourage your neighbors to come over?
Well, we
Can you tell?
are.
I live in apartment buildings, so
Oh, yeah. This neighbor, I'm like still great friends with. Like, we go on vacation and stuff. I mean, she's moved, but, and her kids still call me. Her whole family calls me. I won't release my full name here, but they call
Mhm.
me like neighbor Juju. And they'll be like, is neighbor Juju coming? I'm like, you guys can just call me by my first name. But it's kind of cute too, like little kids.
Mhm.
Um, but anyway, like, so I don't really like, for me to have wine, I buy it specifically. And I usually buy the cheap stuff. Like, I just don't, I don't know.
I had a fun weekend once where we had boxed wine. I mean, the boxed wine tasted god awful, but I went to visit a friend up in Portland, Maine. It started snowing when I got into town. I was supposed to stay there overnight and leave the next day early, and I was supposed to work that evening. So I get up there and it's just starting to snow. I'm like, oh, all right, whatever. So I go there and turns into a blizzard overnight. It got so bad that the city, there was a governor order or whatever. They closed the city down. You could not leave. You were not allowed to drive. It's like, huh. So I had to call work and be like, yeah, I'm kind of snowed in Maine.
That sounds like the beginning of like a Hallmark movie.
Oh, they were not happy. What'd you go to Maine for? It's like, I didn't know it was going to be a blizzard.
Right. Or like, I was hoping to get snowed in. That's what everyone wants.
Yeah, because I really like sleeping on my friend's couch that much. So I went up there, got snowed in. Luckily there was like a little corner store like within walking distance that was open, surprisingly. So we went down there and he's like, all right, well, let's make a day of it. Because the building he lived in, he had a couple other friends that lived in the building. So he got like a big box of wine. We got some cheese. He had a fondue set. So we had fondue and boxed wine and played Pictionary. I'm like, could this be any gayer?
I'm like, actually, that sounds like a great day to me.
So it's like, well, it's like four gay guys playing this. I'm like, I think this is the most stereotypically gay thing I've ever done.
Well, then maybe I'm gay too.
I mean, it was fun. I mean, the box wine was god awful, but the whole it was really fun. Had a blast.
See, it was a Hallmark movie. It was so stereotypical.
Just well, the night before wasn't quite so Hallmark. We went to a leather bar called the Eagle.
All right, that's the Lifetime version.
Or like the Showtime After Dark.
Yeah. Man, I could go for some fondue now, though.
I that was the only time I've ever had fondue. It
Really?
was good. Yeah, it was good though.
We used to do, when I was growing up, we would do fondue on Thanksgiving.
That friend's house I was staying at when I lived in Myrtle Beach, um, he had a fondue set, but he would never bring it out. He said it's too much. He said it was too much of a pain in the ass to clean up.
You know, I had a fondue party like, I don't know, a few years back on, well, more than a few years because it was before the pandemic. But on like Valentine's Day, like I was single and I'm like, okay, I'm just gonna invite all the single people over and we can get drunk and eat fondue. But it was kind of terrifying because I did the like meat and where you cook it in oil. So you just put a pot of like boiling oil in the middle of your dining room table. And I'm like, this is terrifying. I don't enjoy this at all. Like the cheese is fine. But when we brought the oil into this, like, and we're drinking, I just like, I just see everything getting ruined and someone going to the hospital. but it was fun. Also, I did not buy enough food and we made frozen pizzas afterwards.
Hey, nothing wrong with frozen pizza. I don't know why so many people look down on frozen pizza. I like it. Well,
Yeah.
depending on what kind it is. Oh, my
Uh,
taste has changed. Like I remember at one point, I don't know if you've ever heard of it, but there's a frozen pizza called Mystic,
no, I've
which
never heard
also,
of that. Oh,
well,
like Mystic Pizza? Like the
yes,
movie?
like the movie. Yep. Well, there's a Mystic frozen pizza, and before that, I would when I would get frozen pizza, it'd be like the Tostito. Was it Tostinos or I don't know, some kind of crappy
Oh, yeah, the
generic
little
brand.
99-cent ones.
Yeah.
Toast.
Um. So at first I tried that. I was like, oh, I'll try this. And I was like, wow, this Mystic Pizza is the best frozen pizza I've ever had. This is great. Loved it. So I ate it for like a few years or whatever, and then I'd moved down south where they didn't have it. Moved back up north, a few like 3 years later, and it's like another year or two after that. I happened to be in the grocery store, and I saw they had the Mystic frozen pizza. I'm like, wow, I haven't had that in years. So I got it, tried it. I'm like, ugh, I don't like this anymore. In the meantime, I'd had Tombstone frozen pizza. I'm like, oh, this is great, much better than the Mystic.
Not
And that,
anymore.
well, I can't find it anywhere. Did they go out of business?
No, I don't think so. It's still available here,
Huh?
but it's not good anymore.
Yeah. Lately,
Or
I've been eating Red Baron.
I went through a Red Baron phase. I am now on. Well, here's what's happened to me. Frozen pizza around here is so expensive that it is cheaper for me. I live like a block from Domino's. So it's cheaper for me to order carry out from Domino's. Because you can get a medium pizza for like $6.99. Well, maybe it's not cheaper, but it's on par. And
I'm just really biased against Domino's. When I lived in Connecticut, my roommate would order from there because it's the only pizza place I would deliver. But either every single time he ordered from there, it would either be cold or they'd get something in the order wrong.
yeah, I mean, it is a little bit of a crapshoot. And it's by far not the best fast food pizza. It's amongst the worst. But to pay like $6.99 for a Tombstone pizza or for a Domino's pizza, that they bring to my car. So I do not have to put like real clothes on. I go for the Domino's.
There was when I lived in Connecticut, there was a pizza place near the college. Of course, it's probably the only reason why they stayed in business. It was called Hot and Speedy, and those were the only two positive things you could say about it. It it literally it literally tasted like they took store brand tomato paste and spread it over a piece of cardboard and heated it up.
Oh, yeah.
The worst pizza I've ever had in my life.
I'm like, I don't really, if I get pizza, I like good pizza. Well, I say that. I ordered Domino's. But try the screaming Sicilian frozen pizza. I
I've
was
seen that in the
fair.
store. Uh-huh.
Yeah, my Aldi had it. So I got one and I was shocked. It was pretty good.
California Pizza Kitchen is pretty good too. I had their cause I was when I lived down south, we would eat barbecue chicken pizza a lot, and they actually had that as one of their kinds in the California Pizza Kitchen in the frozen section. I was like, oh, I haven't had that since I moved back up north. So I tried
I
that
was
and it was pretty good. It was a little on the expensive side though.
yeah, it is on the expensive side. They and the barbecue chicken pizza is the one I don't like. And that's why it's
Hmm.
usually available. See, I remember when you used to be able to get frozen pizzas I used to like Tony's frozen pizza, but I think maybe that's because I was, like didn't have
Tony's,
any.
that's the brand I was trying to think of that I would
Yeah,
originally eat before I tried Mystic.
yeah, because you could get like 10 for $10.
Yeah,
Uh,
they were super cheap.
yeah, and I thought they used to be good, and then I'm like, you're right. Then I tried them like, I don't know, 10 years later, and I was like, these are not good. How did I ever eat these?
Why did I ever think this was good?
And I thought they were like real good.
But that, I mean, I've also read that our taste buds change every several years.
I agree with that because there are certain foods that I don't like that I used to like.
Well, it's like I hated broccoli as a kid, but from my probably like early 20s even to now, I like broccoli.
Well, and I think when you're a kid, food tastes stronger to you. Like that's why baby food and what that is. I don't. I was going to say
So bland.
muted. Yeah, bland. I was like, that's the right word. Not muted.
I was watching someone on YouTube and he was doing one of those answering question things. Is like what's one of the most embarrassing things um, that you like or something like that. And he was like that he liked a specific flavor of baby food even now.
How does he even know that?
Uh, he still eats it every once in a while, I guess. I don't know. I don't know how else he know.
He's like, for a treat, I'll go get some of that
Like that would just be
butternut
weird.
squash. That is weird. I mean, yeah, you would have to keep actively eating that because I would have no idea what any baby foods taste like.
Yeah, no idea. The last time I ate baby food was a baby.
Me too. And my mom had to make all mine because I was allergic to literally everything. So they could only introduce one new food a week to me. And if it didn't make me violently ill, I could keep eating it.
Wow.
Yeah.
So I've
And
been lucky. Growing up, I wasn't allergic to anything that I know of. Although my eye doctor is saying I have an eye condition, and he's saying that when it gets really bad, it's being set off by an allergic reaction to something, and he's positive that it's an allergic reaction. I'm like, I'm not allergic to anything that I know of. Plus, with COVID and everything, I haven't really been going out much at all. So, what could be setting me off at times in my apartment? Sometimes, but not other times. That doesn't make any sense.
now I'm like, it's a mystery. Let's solve it. It could be a food or something.
And maybe it's not like I'm really eating anything wildly different.
Or do you
But
ever do like,
most of my eating is frozen stuff.
I'm like, that could be. Well, do you ever do like face masks?
Uh huh.
It's got to be something you don't do all the time.
But it's weird. Yeah, but sometimes when it's being set off, it's like, like I get up, I'm on my computer, and then my eyes start bugging the hell out of me. But the day before they didn't, and I did the same thing.
Hmm.
That's why I'm like, I cannot figure it out.
See, I love stuff like that. Like I'll alter my diet just to figure out how different foods affect me and cut like different. I'm like, okay, I'm going to cut this food out for a while and see what changes with my body.
I remember once as a kid, or no, I guess it was a teenager, a doctor had asked me if I was allergic to anything. I'm like, not that. And at the time, I was like, well, the only thing I've ever had even close to a reaction, I guess you could say, would be there's one day I ate 4 oranges in one day and I broke out in a rash.
Were you in the sun? Did you get the citrus sunburn?
I don't remember if I was in the sun or anything, but he was like, no, that's not an allergic reaction. You're fine.
He's like, that's overconsumption. Yeah, no, I was allergic to everything when I was little, like even milk. And I'm not
Wow.
now, but I'm more sensitive to milk. Like it'll taste bad to me before it would to you. But I asked my mom one time, I'm like, how did you figure out I could start drinking milk? And she goes, I just kept giving it to you. And she's like, one day you drank it and asked for more. And then I knew
I've heard of that approach, like just get exposed. Was it exposure therapy? I think it's called, or something like that.
yeah. And she's like, you would always just take a sip and say no. And then she's like, I just kept giving it to you. And then one day you wanted more of it. So I think that's how she broke me of like most of my. But I am still sensitive to certain things like tomatoes. And sometimes I'll say I'm allergic to them because it's easier than being like, those upset my stomach and make me violently ill. They don't always.
I do that with seafood. Like I have a psychosomatic reaction to seafood. One of my first ever memories was being in, I don't even know how old I was, maybe 4 or 5. I was in my great uncle's kitchen, and he used to catch fish in the local river, and he'd cook them up. Well, he could, and apparently it was like a normal thing where he'd give me a fish. He'd like cook up a fish, and I'd eat it while I was there. Well, he did that one time, and the fish was bad,
Oh,
so I got really violently ill, and that was one of my first things. It stuck with me enough that I remembered it. So even now, I have a psychosomatic reaction to seafood. Even the smell of seafood, I'll start feeling nauseous. And if I eat it, I will throw up.
yep. Mine is pepperoni pizza.
But
Like,
it's purely in my head, and I know that, but I can't get past it. So I just tell people, I'll just say I'm allergic to it just to put an end to it.
yeah, because then it ends the conversation.
Mm-hmm.
People aren't like, no, just try it again.
Yeah,
You're
because it's
like,
like, yeah, I don't want to have like a 10-minute conversation every single time about it. Especially with friends or something, and be like, no, I'm allergic, can't have it.
and seafood's a good one to do that too, because you can be like, shellfish, people believe it. But
There was one time we had a team meeting, and they insisted it be at Red Lobster.
oh,
And
okay.
it's like I can't. I'm allergic, and they're like, oh well, they have stuff that's not seafood that you can eat there, and they did have chicken and other stuff on the menu. But the problem was, as I
It's
was
in a
nauseous through the
seafood
whole thing,
restaurant. Yeah.
yeah, because the smell was all around me. I couldn't get away from it, and I was just nauseous the entire time.
Okay, I hadn't eaten at Red Lobster in a good 20 years. And the reason I remember the last time I ate there because I had gotten a terrible haircut. And I was friends with the hairdresser and she's like, "Let's go out to eat." And I was like, "I kind of want to go home and cry cuz this is real bad." But anyway, so I didn't go back to Red Lobster for 20 years because it wasn't my favorite anyway. And a few months back, my friends called me and they're like, Shrimp Fest is coming to Red Lobster. Let's go. And I got myself all excited for it. I'm like, this is going to be amazing. And it was horrible. It was the worst food. It tasted like salt. It was just pure salt.
Yeah,
And it
but I mean, from what I've heard, Red Lobster seafood is would be
not real.
you could go to a real seafood place or Red Lobster would be like comparing going to a steak restaurant to McDonald's.
And that, yes. And why did I build up that it was good? Because I was so pumped for this. I'm like, I can't wait for Tuesday night or whatever night we were going. And they have like Cheddar Bay biscuits, and I was like, they're going to be so good. Salt, and it was like so salty that by the end of the meal, I was like, I'm a little concerned I'm going to have a heart attack. Like, I
Yikes.
don't feel good from how much salt I just consumed. And then when I got home, like my fingers and my toes hurt because they were like puffed up from how much salt. And I was like, we're never going to Red Lobster again. That was a terrible experience.
When I lived in Myrtle Beach, there was a seafood place down there. Well, supposedly they had great seafood everywhere down there, from what others tell me. But they even had fish tacos, which I just thought was really weird. But they had like this one restaurant. There was like an all-you-can-eat kind of place. That was supposedly really good. I think it was called Captain George's. It was supposed to be really good, and people raved about it. So like my roommates would go there a lot and like have fun. They try to talk me into going. I'm like, nope, not setting foot in the place. Have fun.
That's the worst. It's worse when it's in your head. And you're like, I can't do it. My brain has made this decision.
Mm-hmm. That's my life now.
Yep. We must all just accept it.
Luckily, speaking of all you can eat places down there, they had two other places. One was called Rios. It was a Brazilian steak place, but it's like it was all you can eat. So you pay like one kind of expensive price, but you go in and the waiters would come around with a different dish.
Yes, we have a place like that here too.
And it was amazing. It was a lot of meats. It was mostly meats, but they had some
Yes.
other stuff. But it was amazing. And then they opened up an Italian place, not the same people, but I guess they were somehow affiliated. They opened up an Italian place, exact same premise. And you had it was all Italian. It started out all Italian dishes, and then they end up evolving and bringing some other stuff and getting rid of some other stuff. Like I guess the lasagna was too expensive for them to do that with, because they got rid of it, which sucked because I loved lasagna. But it's like a coaster. One side was red, the other side was green. And if you had it green side up, the waiter would stop at your table. And if you saw someone coming with something you weren't interested in, you put the red side up and he'd keep going.
I would like to go there.
The Italian one was so dangerous though. I ate so much there one time. I stopped and my friends were like, "Are you okay?" I'm like, "I'm trying to decide if I'm going to throw up or not."
Dude, that's how I was at the Brazilian place. And there were two friends of mine. And if you go the month of your birthday, you eat for free.
Dangerous.
Yeah, so you had to go with someone who was paying, obviously. So there were three of us. So we would go 3 times a year and we'd be like, it's my birthday month. We're going to the Brazilian place. But then the first time we went,
that could sound so wrong if you said you were going Brazilian for your birthday.
or it could sound so right. But we would eat so much there that I started not eating the whole day before we went. Like I would just be like, nope, no food. And then I could go easily 24 to 36 hours after eating there and not be hungry again because of how much meat I consumed. And I was like, I don't know if I like this. Like, this doesn't seem
healthy.
Yeah, it's kind of gross. And I was like, I really don't feel good after we eat here.
Yeah, we ended up having to put a limit on how often we went to those places because apparently we just couldn't control ourselves.
You can't when you're in there. When they're walking around with those trays of food and you're like,
and all the dishes smell amazing.
And they all taste amazing. And if you get one that you don't like, you're like, oh, there's another guy over there with a giant tray of food.
Mm-hmm. And then they had a center table that had other stuff on it. So you didn't even have to wait for the waiters to come around. You could go to that center table and get some different stuff.
Well, ours had like a salad buffet, which you only make that mistake one time. You're like, we didn't come here for salad. I'm like, I filled up on lettuce. What a waste. But they did have fried plantains that I loved. So I would go get those from the salad bar. I had to plug my computer in.
And I just blanked on how to spell Brazilian. There, got it now.
I haven't been to one of those since before the pandemic. And you also got, on your birthday month, you got a free dessert.
Well, that's cool.
It was just a little bowl of ice cream, but I don't know. It was worth it. Teresa, you're back. Oh my God, our numbers are going back up.
So it's Mrs. Cassandra. Well, I went to Claire's Discord and told Mrs. Cassandra EKC was here. I started typing something in the Discord. I'm like, hey, get back to
Yes.
chat.
We ran my computer battery down. I had to move locations in my house to plug in. Don't apologize, Teresa. We
That's fine.
carried on.
It's a cookie stream where we discuss pretty much everything except cookies, except for a few minutes.
Yeah, we bounce back to the cookies every once in a while.
hmm We segue to them.
We are partying tonight.
But yeah, I haven't gone to a buffet ever since COVID started. I don't really see that changing.
I agree. I was thinking that because like even like gas stations brought back the hot dogs and stuff, and I'm like, who would eat that now? I just think it's odd.
Especially because there's been too many people that all along haven't treated the pandemic like it was a real thing. I'd be so worried that
Well,
they're sick,
and
but it's like, oh, blah blah blah. I'm just gonna carry on like my normal day and get everyone else infected.
my big thing is I had no idea so many people didn't wash their hands on a regular basis, and I found that shocking.
That's a little frightening
So
and gross.
it is gross. So it like now I just see. I actually used to really like gas station hot dogs, Dirty Uncle Sal. I mean, not all the time, um, but now I won't eat them because all that stuff just grosses me out.
Damn it! I typed the whole sentence and all it showed up was the emoji at the very end.
That's so weird. That happened
It's
to you before in here, didn't it?
yeah. It took me like 3 tries to get to go through. I'm gonna do it without the emoji this time. I can remember what I typed even. Uh, oh,
Teresa, you weren't here at the beginning. And I already closed that tab.
at that time it typed it, so I guess it doesn't like the
I do want your sausage and
emoji.
peppers, Dirty Uncle Sal. You know what my leftover pandemic habit is? Whenever I come home, I wash my hands. Like when I walk in the door.
Oh, that's the first thing I do as well.
Yeah.
If I'm outside, oh yeah. Actually, and I even have I have two soaps at my sink. One of them is like the one I'll normally use, and the other one's like a stronger antibacterial one.
See, I don't use antibacterial soap only because the whole time growing up, my mom would give me serious lectures about antibacterial soap. And she would tell me how bad it was for me. And she
Oh,
always said,
that's the one I use every time I come back inside the house.
see, well, she always goes, but that kills good bacteria and you need the good bacteria. So she was a nurse, and I have like weird habits because of her being a nurse. Like, so she was oddly uptight about certain things.
Well, what she told you, I've actually heard that before. That's why I use that when I go outside. But that's why I have two soaps.
I'm like, I like it. Because it is gross if you think about like touching all the, like when you swipe your card at the store. I don't know, all the stuff you touch when you're out.
Well,
I
I
like
have I was in the grocery store actually, and they had where the hand sanitizers are. They had one that was like a little bit shorter and a little bit fatter around. I bought that because it fits perfect into my cup holder in my car. So I just leave it in the cup holder in my car, so it's always available. So when I come back out to my car, I use the hand sanitizer before I even touch the steering wheel.
See, that's good. But in the summer, doesn't the alcohol in the hand sanitizer evaporate in the
Nope.
heat in the car?
I'm kind of surprised. I thought it might do something because, like, one of my sisters, she had She had like a big bottle of hand sanitizer in her car, and she showed it to me one time because she just left it in there all the time. And in the summer, the plastic on it started to get all warped, but that hasn't done it to this one at all. So I don't know if maybe they just used a stronger plastic on the bottle I have.
Hmm. Yeah, because I don't leave chapstick in my car either. Because I opened chapstick one time that was in my car and the wax had all melted and it went all over my lap.
The only time I've ever bought prescription, because I normally wear glasses, the only time I ever bought prescription sunglasses, I was like, oh, that's great. I can just leave them in the car. I didn't realize until it was too late that if they're left in the car in high heat, it'll start to affect the lenses.
I
So like
had
the
no
edges,
idea.
yeah, the edges of the lenses started to lose their coating.
Hmm.
I was like, well, that was a waste of money.
That is a waste of money. Also, that's just poor manufacturing because where do you want to keep your sunglasses?
Exactly. That's why. I thought it's like, oh, it's perfect. Just leave them in the car. But the other thing I used to leave in the car, which I learned the hard way not to, is my first GPS. I would just leave it in the glove compartment year round. And apparently, being in super cold and super hot, it eventually got to the point where it wouldn't want to turn on for a while, and then it just didn't turn on at all.
Like, I would have done the same thing. And it wouldn't have even occurred to me until it broke. And then I'd be like, oh, yeah.
And it's like, all right, yeah, that was dumb. I should have known better than to leave electronics out in super cold and super hot. Oh well.
Yeah, but who wants to like carry that stuff in every time?
Exactly. I'm lazy.
I hate carrying stuff. It's like one of my biggest pet peeves. And
Well,
things like that, I'm like, I don't use it in my house, so it doesn't need to go in there.
I've gotten picked on by a couple friends and one of my sisters when they see me come back after grocery shopping. It's like, nope, it all has to be one trip. I'm not
Yes,
making multiple trips.
I have a tip for you.
Hmm.
Go to, do you live near an IKEA?
No, not even in
Oh,
the state.
damn. I'm like, I will ship
I
you.
loved IKEA though. When I lived in Connecticut, I went there several times.
Yeah, IKEA is the best. And they have those big blue bags. Those are perfect for grocery shopping. Because one, they fit over your shoulder, and you can put like your whole cart of groceries in one bag. So it's super easy to haul inside.
Nice.
Yeah. They just picked up on your avatar, John.
Yeah, this is my mayhem avatar from Claire's channel. Apparently, that was the last one I used, and StreamYards remembered it somehow, which I'm surprised because I don't have a StreamYards. I don't think I have a StreamYards account or anything. It didn't ask me to sign up for one.
No, it just remembers you.
Well, that's a little frightening.
It's creepy. And to use it like with my YouTube channel, I mean, I technically have an account with them, but I use the free version. And they they go, "Can we have access to your Google account?" Is it my Google? And I'm like, no. And then they're like, well, then you can't use us. And I'm like, what do you mean access to my whole Google account? That feels real
Yeah, I
invasive.
don't like that when some companies are like, or like an app on your phone. It's like we need access to your call history and your life story and every single thing about you that you have on your phone and your
Yeah,
pictures.
I
It's like,
know.
why?
Yeah, they get mad at me because I have all that. I'm like, no, you can't see any of that. And they're like, just let us see your location. I'm like, no.
There was
You,
there was a solitaire game I tried downloading once that wanted access to the pictures and everything else on my phone. I'm like, what the hell would this app need any of that for? And it wouldn't let you use it without granting the permission. So I'm like, all right, uninstall.
Yeah, I do the same thing. I'm like, I don't need you then. Because it's creepy how much access they have. And even just doing these Oreo streams, like I Googled Oreo pictures to make the thumbnails, and now I get freaking 800 Oreo articles a day on my home screen. And then even YouTube picked up on it and they're like, hey, how about making golden Oreo cheesecake? I'm like, everyone, lay off the Oreos. All right. But I did link in the description because they sent me this article that said the sordid Oreo history of Oreos. And I was like, sordid history? It's not really. But it made me laugh. So I put it in the description for the cookie streams.
I get annoyed when my sister, she'll ask, because I have a Amazon Prime account, so she'll ask me to order stuff for her. So I'll order something for her, but then I keep getting the ads based on whatever she wanted me to order. I'm like, oh,
Yes.
I don't need to. I don't need to know anything else about meat thermometers or whatever else she wanted.
I do sometimes I do interior design where I like source things for people. So I had this client who his hobby was like shooting guns. So I went on Pinterest and I was looking up not blueprints, but like patents for guns. Because I was like, oh, that is a cool way to do gun art. I don't know. But Pinterest was like, you're into weapons? Okay. I was like, I'm not. And I had to go through, I mean, it took me months to have them stop like putting guns in my feed. I'm like, I don't want to look at this at all. I looked at like 4 pictures of art for someone else.
One thing I kind of figure out is if I just want to look up something that I don't want to have keep showing up is because normally I use Google Chrome, but if I still have that stupid Bing browser because it came with Windows, so I'll open up Bing it to look something up that I just don't want them to keep showing me over and over and over again.
That is a good idea. Sometimes I go incognito, and I remember to do that when I'm looking for something that I actually want to purchase, because if your computer figures out you're looking to buy something, then it raises the prices of it. So,
I know that.
yeah. So if you're shopping for like an electronic or like plane tickets, whatever, like, because you'll look at it and then you'll come back a few days later and look up different versions or whatever, and your computer figures it out and it raises the prices. So do that on Amazon too.
Yes, Grace Case, we're still here.
We're never leaving.
This is the stream that never ends.
I like our numbers. I love watching them because it'll be like 9 down to 4. We're going back up to 7 now. Yeah, Grace Case, I had to move rooms and plug in my computer. See, that's the whole point of this channel. Just relaxing.
Just shooting the shit.
Surprise, we're still here. They all went and watched other streams and came back. You're not tired? Oh, yeah, you're on vacation. I actually woke up the other morning and thought about you on vacation and got jealous. Although I'm not working tomorrow, so.
Yeah, I was actually originally planning on, even though it's supposed to rain, I was planning on like, oh, well, I can still do this on a weekday because I don't want to go, like I said, I don't want to go to the mall on a weekend. It's like, well, if I get up early enough, I could go to the local apple orchard and see if they have some apple cider donuts because I've been craving those. Go to the mall and get my COVID booster. Go to the bank because I have a check to deposit, and like go just like run errands and stuff. And I just looked at the time. It's like almost 2 a.m. I'm like, yeah, I'm not doing any of that tomorrow.
I know.
Maybe I'll do one of those things.
Yep. That's how that goes.
Best laid plans. The problem is I've been planning on doing all those things like all week long.
Oh
It's like,
no.
I'll do it tomorrow.
I'm like, well, we should get off so you can at least do 2 of those things.
Eh.
I know. You're like, I abandoned that long ago.
Yep. Although I should, well, I don't know if there's even a point to it. I was thinking I should get the apple cider donuts because my sister and I are supposed to go visit my aunt and uncle. My uncle just had a pacemaker put in.
Ooh.
So he's been kind of under the weather, and it's been a while since we visited them. So we're going to go down and visit. It's like, oh, I could bring him some apple cider donuts, which is
You know
really
what?
just an excuse to go get apple cider donuts.
Yeah. I do that a lot. I've never had an apple cider donut.
They're so good. They're sweet.
I mean, they sound good.
And there's two different kinds you can get depending on where they make them. There's the regular ones that are like really soft, and those are the ones I prefer. And then there's the kind that my sister prefers, which they like fry them a little bit longer so the outside's more crunchy.
Really?
Hmm.
Hmm. I had no idea there were even multiple kinds of apple cider donuts.
Hmm.
I should.
But they're so good. When I used to live in Connecticut, there was a very small grocery store chain. It was only 2 stores. It was called Stu Leonard's, and they called themselves a dairy store. Like you go in, and right in the front, like this time of year, it'd be a big display of just they would have apple cider donuts and apple cider donut holes. Just a massive display of them.
I love donut holes. Although you do.
Nice one, Uncle Sal. Well, just donuts. I'm sorry, I sidetracked you. What were we saying?
Chat sidetracked me because I went back to see what Teresa's been cooking. Oh, Teresa, I made that chili you recommended, and it is the best chili I've ever made. Like, I was pretty darn proud of myself. Although I did make one swap. Here's what I did. I used ground turkey instead of ground beef, and I added some 6-pepper blend. And it was delicious. And I've eaten it all week. And tonight I ate it and I was like, and I'm done with it. You know, when you get to that meal where you're like, that is enough.
I've had this too many times. I'm good for a month or two.
Yeah. I mean, it was a big pot of chili I made. And I like switched up how I ate it. Like I had a bowl, I had a chili dog, I had a chili cheese burrito. But tonight I was like, enough. So I will.
That's one of the reasons why I don't. Well, it's one of the reasons. Also, I'm lazy, but one of the reasons I just don't like to cook because I don't like eating the same thing over and over, and I live by myself.
Yeah, it's so hard when you live by yourself because it just gets. I
Yeah, I don't
mean,
want to make a meal of something and then have to eat it for like the next 2-3 days straight.
yes. And sometimes I'll like cook 2 days in a row and then I swap between the 2 meals. But even then, you get sick of them.
Hmm.
And I used to have friends, like more friends that lived near me. So it was better because everybody would like cook on a different night and we would just go eat at someone's house. And we weren't even like there to hang out. We'd just be like, all right, thank you. Thank you for this meal.
But at least then the person that cooked it isn't stuck eating it for the rest of the week.
Yeah, and you would get, because sometimes like I'll want to cook something, but I'm like, I'm not cooking this for just me. Like that's too much work, or it's too much, like way too much food. But it was
I had a
perfect
friend
when.
that was I had a friend that was shocked I knew how to cook. It's like I've never known you to cook anything before. I'm like, because it's just me. Why the hell would I?
Right. Yeah, because Mousy sometimes I'll be like, yeah, I just ate cereal or like scrambled eggs, and she's like, that is not a meal. I'm like, but it is, and
There's
it's
one
the.
time, what was it? What the hell was I made? It was, oh, I made chocolate mousse one time. Actually, I've done it twice, but I'm have no plans on ever doing it again because holy crap, does that dirty a lot of dishes.
See, that's my biggest complaint too. Is I'll be like, okay, I cooked for however long, sat down and ate, which was 10 minutes, and then I have to clean all this crap up. I'm like, that is too much of my day for 10 minutes.
When for me, like the apartment I'm in right now has a dishwasher. This is only the second place I've lived ever that's had a dishwasher.
That
I'm
does
not
make a
hand
difference.
washing 20 freaking dishes to make something.
I don't really mind hand washing, but I do love the dishwasher. But right now, I'm out of half of my silverware because it takes me a good week to fill up the dishwasher. But the silverware you use more often, so now I like have to get in the dishwasher and get a piece of silverware out and wash it.
See, I what I would probably do is just buy more silverware.
Actually, I have a fork in the room I'm in right now because I was like, I'm going to Google this pattern and see if I can order more to match it. Like, get a whole nother set.
Oh, see, I thought ahead of this when I bought the silverware I have now. I got it at Walmart because they have like a bin where you can just buy one piece at a time.
Ooh, that was good
So if I
thinking.
ever want more, I'll just go back to Walmart and just pick up some more.
See, I got my set at Big Lots and I really like them. And they're Feldscraft.
So my problem with Big Lots is you never know from one time to the next, even if you just go in a week apart, if they're still gonna have the same stuff.
They won't. They won't. Because one time I bought roasted pepper, red pepper soup from them, Wolfgang Puck's roasted red pepper soup. And it was so good. So I went back and they never had it again.
Nope.
And I'm still sad about it. And it's not, I've Googled it and everything, and he doesn't make it anymore. And I'm like, I did not imagine this soup.
Kind of makes me wonder how old was the soup when they sold it.
Right, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, where did this soup come from? I mean, it did
Was
end up
this a
at Big
ration from
Lots.
World War II?
It was at Big Lots. It was probably like a test run, and they're like, no one likes this. I'm like, turns out I did. Yeah, that chili was super easy to make, Teresa. And I started making it like early in the afternoon because I had a little bit of time. So I was like, oh, I'll just put it all together now. And I love that you just let it simmer for however long you feel like. Grace Kate, stop it with that Discord. You guys.
Well, didn't you say you were gonna check it out?
I said I would consider it.
We'll get you hooked.
I mean, you guys are wearing me down for real. But then I'll feel like I'm in.
You don't have to be. I mean, I I have to shut I don't shut my computer off because it's bad for the computer if you keep shutting off and restarting it. So I just put my computer in sleep mode. But so one thing I have to do before I go to bed is I make sure I shut Discord off. Otherwise, anytime there's a notification, it'll wake my computer up. And there have been a few days where I forgot to turn Discord on. Well, remember when it's like, you know, dinner time or something.
Yeah, but I'm coming from. So YouTube was the first. Everyone's heard this 800 times. YouTube was the first social media I ever had. And now I never did computer stuff at my house. And I don't count working. Like if you're working, that doesn't count. But after hours, I would just be like, no computers, no electronics. And now I feel like,
It's all computers, all electronics, 24 hours
yeah,
a day.
yeah. And I'm like, I gotta see what everybody's doing. I'm like, what? Stop it.
One of us, one of us.
But then I do have to say, like your game nights, I'm like, that does sound really fun.
Oh, it's awesome. Like I'd never heard of any of these games before we start playing them. It's like um there's a guy who goes by High Inquisitor in Claire's Discord.
Yeah,
And
well, I know him from Claire's channel.
he usually runs them. And the games are so much fun, especially the one that we started playing recently was called Duo, which is a lot like Uno.
I'm like, well,
But there's like some weird rules with it. And you can even set weirder rules and have unique cards tossed in that do crazy stuff. It was a blast, so much fun. They did one a few times where it's like you make up rap lyrics. Like it'll ask you for a descriptive word, like how would you describe a puppy? So you put like cute or something, and then it'll make a whole different sentence as your first line of your rap, and it has that word somewhere in it, and you have to make up the next line of your rap lyric, and you're going head to head against another player, and the other people get to vote on who had the best lyrics.
oh my gosh, I would be terrible at that.
Yeah, well, you have to think on your feet on that one.
I know. And I
um,
was just thinking, like, I'm not like quick and witty like that.
and then they have other ones where like they had like a guess the word one where one person, like there's a whole board, and each square on the board has a word, and one person knows, like you have two different teams, and some of the squares are, say, red, and the other squares are blue, but the players don't see the colors. So if you're on team red, you only want to guess the words that are the same color as your team, and one person is like the clue giver, and they're the only ones that can see the colors of the words. So they have to give you clues so you guess the right words without guessing the other team's words.
Ah.
I don't know if I explained it very well, but it's fun. It really makes you think. And there's like several other games. There's a whole bunch of Jackbox games.
I'm like, the word game reminds me of some other game, and I can't think of the name of it.
Yes, Jen, Duo, Duo, Duo. It's a lot of fun.
Puppies are delicious. Dirty Uncle Sal, I
Do you
do
work in
not
a
want your
Chinese
sausage.
restaurant by any chance?
I don't know. She's been out here pushing sausage and peppers lately, so maybe I don't want that. I don't know. I do like playing games. I'm a game person.
Yeah, and they usually mix it up. There's like a bunch of different games.
Where does he find the games?
Uh, a bunch of them are on a site called Jackbox TV,
Oh, yeah.
and Duo is something else. I think Duo is its own thing. I'm not sure where he finds them, but yeah, everyone that I've participated in so far has been a lot of fun. Unfortunately, I missed. They just had game night Wednesday night, and I missed it.
Oh, you guys are gonna do. They're gonna do games on Grace Case's channel.
Oh,
Hmm.
cool.
Yeah, I've been trying to figure out how to do the trivia on here, but I think you have to pay for it, and I'm all too thrifty for that. But also, my channel doesn't make any money, so I'm like, I don't know about paying a lot of money for it. Because I go to another YouTube channel where we do trivia night, and the chat can it's multiple choice, and you can put in your answer, and it calculates who won.
Oh, that's
And
cool. I haven't seen one that did that.
yeah, it's really cool, and it does it by how fast you answer and if you answer correctly, and then it puts everybody up on the board with the correct answer at the end of each question, and at the end it tells it puts the leaderboard up on the screen and tells you how many you got right. It's pretty fun.
That sounds fun.
So I asked the guy, I'm like, what software are you using? And they go, you can find out in Discord. I was like, come on, man.
Really couldn't just say the name of it.
No. Just tell me what you're using. Yeah, because then I thought it would be fun because Grace Case is starting a channel, and I'm like, it would be super cool to be like, Grace Case, my channel challenges your channel
Well, that's
to
like I think
trivia
it's
night.
that's why I think it's cool how they sometimes some of the channels somebody put polls that you vote on right in the chat window. But I
Yeah.
guess you have to have a certain amount of subscribers or something for that.
Oh, is that how you get it? Because I was gonna look at that tomorrow night and see
I
if I
think
could
so
figure
because
it out.
Emily Baker, I remember her saying something at one point of, "Oh, now I finally have this available to me."
Yeah, I remember when she learned how to do that.
Hmm.
Polls. I'm like, I'll have to ask Claire because she does them all the time. But I thought I thought game night would be fun if you did channel against channel, because I'm like, we can both stream the same stream and then do one chat against the other chat.
Hmm.
I don't know. I googled around for a while, but I could not find the trivia software.
Yes, Dirty Uncle Sal. Who doesn't like a good poll?
Sal brings the dirty.
Well, there was one night on Claire's channel where they were talking something about polls. So then I went into her Discord and posted a whole bunch of pictures of pole dancers. All hot-looking shirtless guys, of course.
Nothing but the best on the polls.
Exactly.
You do that for the shows with Streamlabs?
Okay, good point, Uncle Sal. Although some might.
I was gonna say, I'm like, well, I think it probably depends on where that unexpected poll came from. What is that noise? Could you hear it?
No, I have no idea what noise you're talking about.
It's so weird. Josh Duggar. Maybe he does. It's so funny that now I know who that is.
I really wish I didn't know as much about Josh Duggar as I do.
I know. That's what I was saying earlier. I'm like, it's so weird. Now I could, off the top of my head, name several of the Duggars. Could I match a picture of their face to them? No. But I could give you a good number of their names.
Yeah, well, if it wasn't for the people that cover KJ, I would have no idea about Josh Duggar, Anna Duggar, Jill Rodriguez, Jim Bob.
You
It's actually
know?
scary that I know those names.
Exactly. That it like makes me sad for myself when I'm like, why I shouldn't know any of this. Yes. Dirty Uncle Sal tried to get me into foodie beauty.
I've actually watched videos about her before. Actually, Omegon just had one on her. Apparently, she went from one controlling guy who dumped her to now she's going to another controlling guy and even changing her religion for him.
What?
Hmm. She's claiming that she's Muslim now.
Oh my god. That's so stupid. Who did I watch, Sal? I watched somebody do commentary on her. And I watched like maybe an hour of it and I was like, no, get out of this now. I'm not getting drawn into another like community like this. I'm like, I'm shutting it down.
Yeah, well, I blame Omegon for knowing who Foodie Beauty is. I had no idea who she was before.
Is it? But YouTube is fascinating. Like how it's so weird how people like that are like KJ have this channel and make a crap ton of money, like acting like lunatics online.
Mm-hmm. And they have diehard fans too.
It makes no sense in my brain.
It's like okay, yeah, I admit I even watched KJ's content for like a few videos, but then I saw that she was full of shit. It's like, how did these other people not see through her?
Yes. Because
Especially if they've been watching her for a while.
I'm gonna say I watched 5 videos. 5 to 8. And
I
I
don't
was like,
remember how many I saw.
I mean, it was single digits that I watched. And I'm like, I think this chick is stupid. And then I saw her say, I specifically remember her go, I'm beginning to think these reality shows aren't real. And I was like, oh
Duh.
my God. And it was one of those moments where I'm like, dude, stop watching this bullshit right now.
It's like the only time they were real is maybe in the very, very beginning, but I don't even know if they were real then. Because like, um, what was the MTV show? Because that
Real
wasn't real.
world.
Yeah, that wasn't all that real.
No.
And that was one of the first ones, I think.
Do you know I still watch the challenge that came from the real world? And
What's that?
it is a terrible show. I
It
don't
was
even like.
growing up. I never had cable. The very first place I ever had cable, I was like, "Oh, this is great! There's so many more channels to watch." Blah. I'm like going through, stumbled on MTV, got sucked into the real world, and
Yep.
just ended up like watching a marathon of it. I'm like, "All right, I'm ruined now."
Dude, you're describing my life. I never had cable either. And I think we got it in college. And MTV used to do the marathons of Real World or Road Rules. And they would do it on like Saturdays or Sundays. And it was always so we would like go out the night before and party, and then we would lay around the next day and watch the marathon of that. And you could like fall asleep for a little while, wake back up. And then it was great because they'd play it again like a month later, and you're like, oh, I slept through this episode last time.
I remember trying to watch part of. I tried to watch an episode of Jersey Shore. I could not get through a single episode.
No, I couldn't
I was just like,
either.
these people are so stupid.
I loved Road Rules, and Real World I liked, but Road Rules I loved. And then then they started the challenge where they would do like the games against each other. And I still freaking watch that dumb show. It's so stupid.
I haven't had MTV I haven't watched MTV in so long.
Don't go back to it. It's terrible.
Yeah,
I
I've heard it
loved
just keeps
pop-up
going down.
videos.
Yeah,
Pop-up
I miss when
videos.
MTV used to actually show music videos
Yeah.
in VH1. I don't know why don't these music video channels ever show music videos anymore.
Remember when VH1 did those shows like uh something the 80s? They were like, here's why the 80s rocked or whatever. And they would just have comedians doing commentary on toys or movies and stuff from like the 80s or the 90s.
Hmm.
I can't remember what it was called, but I loved that show.
Oh, actually, I don't remember what I was watching, but there was a few years ago where I fell asleep, and for some odd reason I had VH1 on. I don't remember why. And when I woke up, it was actually playing a Nick Jonas music video. I was like, wait,
Really?
they actually had music videos on this channel still?
And the Jonas Brothers are still around?
This is a few years ago. It
Oh,
was
okay.
Nick Jonas doing a solo work. It was now some song about chains. I just remember saying chains over and over again.
Does he still sing?
I haven't heard anything about him in the last few years, so I have no idea.
Yeah, I have no idea either. You guys on Discord again. Grace Case is starting a baby Discord.
What's a baby Discord?
I think just a little one.
Wait, for the channel that Mrs. Cassandra and I are starting next week. So, Grace Case, you and Mrs. Cassandra are starting a joint channel?
I'm like, let me find it and see if I can get the link for it. I'm on my computer. Wait. My phone's in the other room. This is so much for my little brain. Wait, I'm subscribed to it.
Cool.
How do you get the channel link when you're on your computer?
I have no idea.
I don't either. Wait, I have another idea.
Do you just open up YouTube in a different window, go to the channel, and then copy and paste it?
I tried that, but it doesn't work.
Oh.
But maybe, just maybe.
Oh, Grace Case is going to DM it to you.
Oh, I was going to make Teresa do it.
Or you could do that.
Teresa, will you? Hang on. I have to... Oh, or I could just have a Grace Case do it.
Well, I think they need to be a mod to post a link.
I just made her one.
Ah.
There you go, Grace Case. Throw it in. I don't know why. I'm like, let me ask someone else to post Grace Case's link. Does she show up as
Oh,
a
I didn't
mod
know
now?
that, Jen. I never heard that Pop-Up Videos was a ripoff of Mystery Science Theater 3000.
Was it really?
That's what Jen's saying.
I had no idea.
Me neither.
Okay. I'm like, I already closed that screen though, Teresa. And we don't really need mods in here. That's why I think I modded Mousy one time to post a link. Dude, Mystery Science Theater 3000. I used to love that.
I only saw a few episodes, but it was funny.
It was really funny.
Oh, so there's another game. I don't remember what it's called. I think it was the Jackbox game, but it reminded me of Mystery Science Theater 3000 because they'll show a clip of like some really old black and white movie, and it'll play part of it, and it'll get up to a point, and it'll stop, and it says, "All right, now you complete the scene." So you just write whatever the characters would say.
Oh.
So it's like another one where it's like, okay, you only have like a minute to think, but it's fun.
Yeah, but I'm not good at those. Like, you have that kind of brain. I don't.
Yeah,
Like, I
sometimes
was,
I'll think of something, submit it, and then be like, ah, shit, I just thought of something better.
well, in mine, did you ever play that game? Is it Balderdash, where you make up definitions for words?
I've
And
heard of
then,
it, but I never played it.
yeah, like they give you a word, and then everyone makes up a definition, and then you all vote on which definition is right. And you can tell mine from a mile away.
There's I think it's a Jackbox game that's like that, but they call it something different. I have played that. At least I think it's called something different. Maybe it's not. Maybe that is the name of it.
See, I was never good at it, Grace Case. Was it Balderdash? Like, I used to play board games all the time.
Good night, Jen.
Oh, good night, Jen. Have a good one.
Oh yeah, Fibbage. Fibbage, that's a
Fibbage.
fun game.
And a good name. I don't know. Yeah, Balderdash was a game. I'm like, I can't remember all the board games we used to play. I got rid of a whole bunch. I had so many. And then last time I played Pictionary, someone got real mad at me.
There's a Jackbox game that's like Pictionary. I don't like it though because I can't draw for crap, and especially with the mouse.
Oh yeah. I can't draw either. And I get sometimes too uptight about rules. So last time I played Pictionary, my friend was like, "We are not playing this anymore." And they folded the board up and put it away. And I was like, all I'm saying is play by the rules. I get a little too uptight. But I came from a very competitive family.
See, there was one of the word games that we were not playing by the rules. We were putting like all the quotes or all of the clues in one line, see how many words we could do at once instead of just like one or two. So the super long string, string of clues to try to get like every single one all at once in one turn.
Did it work?
A few times it did. And someone else came up with a great way to cheat at it. So we're like, oh, that makes it a lot easier. It's like as long as we're playing with each other, we know this cheat way to do it.
I love that. You're like, we got it. Banned Monopoly. When I was little, my whole extended family, we played Monopoly. And it ended up being me, who was the youngest, and my uncle, who was the oldest, was the last two playing. And he like smoked me and bragged about it for years. And I was like, good job, Uncle Bob. You be like the youngest kid in the family. Way to go.
A sore winner is always fun to deal with.
Well, one time we were playing Taboo. That's the one where you try and get people to guess the word, but you have words you can't say. And they're like the first words you think of to describe the word. And you buzz somebody. So, like, if you were trying to get your team to guess, I would be watching, and if you said one of the words you can't say, I like buzz a little buzzer.
Mhm.
And I was doing it to my grandma, and she like just read down the list of words she can't say. so I was doing that. I was like, bzz, bzz. And then we had a cake on the table, and she picked up the cake knife, and she goes, "I suggest you put the buzzer down." I was like, "Grandma wins that round, everyone." Did you subscribe, Teresa? Shenanigans is premiering next Tuesday.
Is it shenanigans or she-nanigans?
Shenanigans.
And
I don't know.
subscribed. And all notifications on, so I'll actually get. Well, hopefully YouTube will actually send a notification.
Yeah, I was like, it depends. Well, and
It
now
may
did
or
you
may not.
see YouTube sending out the notification like, hey, in half an hour this channel's going live? And I'm like, great. And then I go off and completely forget about it. I'm like, man, I used to complain because they would tell me like after the stream started, and now I'm like, it's too much before the stream.
Well, I set a calendar reminder on my phone so I wouldn't forget this stream. And so it went off, and then so I clicked it, and then I was just on my computer and forgot. And then Claire posted in Discord about the stream starting soon. Like, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be on
Well,
that.
I do that too because like earlier today, I was like, oh my God, it's Thursday. I have to make sure I'm home tonight. Like, I've gotten good about the Friday ones now, but adding the Thursday one is like throwing me off. John, we've been streaming for 4 hours.
Holy crap!
I know. And we still have people in chat.
Yes, but
Nice.
how many of them are awake?
I mean, people are still pretty active.
True.
Hey, I set an hour's goal for how many hours I would get this week. And maybe we knocked it out of the park with this one stream.
Well, it makes me wonder where you're gonna go with the next cookie streams.
I know.
either people would be like, "Oh, that was fun. I gotta catch the next one." It'd be like, "Oh God, no, not another marathon Oreo stream."
I need to put chapters in and we're like, if you genuinely want Oreo content, you need to go to these timestamps.
From this couple minutes to this couple minutes.
I know. What do you think our total time talking Oreos
and then like 2 hours later, from this couple minutes to this couple minutes.
where we repeat what we said
Pretty much.
2 hours prior. We're like, once again, regular Oreos are
Okay.
pretty good. We like them fine. You should know that because you've all had them.
Yes. Is there anyone who's not allergic to chocolate that hasn't had Oreos?
Teresa doesn't like Oreos. She doesn't like the chocolate ones. But did you see what she said earlier, John? She goes, I really like the chocolate peanut butter pie ones.
Why?
Teresa, that's wild. And you need to go back to the beginning of my stream and listen to it because we touch on that subject. Oh.
I have a friend who's allergic to chocolate, and as a kid he would still eat chocolate chip cookies sometimes. He said he sounded like Darth Vader after he did, though.
Which is sort of motivation to do it. Oh no, because that's the breathing.
Yeah,
Why would he keep eating them? Oh, because you're kid and you're real sad.
He liked the taste of it. He's just allergic to it.
Now, see, that's just cruel that you find something delicious, but it could kill you.
Mm-hmm.
It shouldn't be that way.
Yeah, so then he'd hype up how good white chocolate is because it's a different chemical composition and he's okay with it. It's like,
Yeah, it's
yeah,
not
keep telling
even
yourself
chocolate.
that. White chocolate sucks.
White chocolate does suck. I hate it. And it's not even chocolate.
Exactly. Yep, Miss Cassandra. Keeping
Yes.
everyone awake.
But actually, I have to go to the bathroom, so I am going to shut it down.
Yeah, and it is almost 2:30 in the morning where I am,
I
so
was going to say, it's 1:30 here.
if I don't want to sleep all day and I actually want to get something done, I have to
I
go.
know.
Hopefully I'll at least get the apple cider donuts.
Yeah. Out of all the things, please prioritize that.
It is. It's coming before the COVID booster.
That's awesome.
Priorities.
But we will be doing a cookie stream next week. So come back and learn about cookies. And maybe if John is interested, he can do another stream with me.
Are you sure you want me to derail you for so long?
Hey, I had fun.
That's true. And there's 7 people that are watching now and a couple that are still awake.
I mean, the lowest we dipped was 4.
True. And that was right before EKC came on,
Yeah.
which I think she may be one of the ones that's asleep.
I know. I think most. Well, Grace Case, Mrs. Cassandra, Teresa, Dirty Uncle Sal. We've got 4 active. Mousy
Well,
probably has it and is sleeping, I would bet.
and see, Miss Cassandra, you kept saying that you wanted to hear me speak. So you had like 4 hours to listen to now.
That's good sleeping for, your whole week.
There you go. Actually, Omegon has another channel called Moisky Reads. That's good for that, where he just reads like usually it's short stories, but it depends on how sensitive you are to things. Because a lot of what he reads are like more horror themed, like Edgar Allan Poe.
Oh, that's a good idea for a channel, though. There's a
Yeah,
podcast of a guy who he just says like boring things in sort of a monotone voice. And the whole point of it is to fall asleep to it.
that's cool. Well, Emily Baker was supposed to make one, an ASMR of her reading.
Oh, the
Something.
Constitution or the
Yeah,
Bill
that
of
was
Rights
it.
or something.
Yeah,
See, that's a good idea.
but like
Although,
a regular ASMR channel, I don't like. Like I actually tried listening to a couple of them, but it's like them just like clicking their fingernails into a mic or just saying nonsense in a low voice. It's like, eh.
yes. And most of them, I'm like, that is irritating. Please stop doing that.
Mm-hmm. Oh god, I saw a clip of Trisha Paytas trying to do an ASMR video once, and it just made me angry.
I thought that would make me angry too. Infuriating. Trisha Paytas.
And
I'd
she's
like,
already using her baby for content.
is she?
Mm-hmm.
Do you think she really named her baby that?
Yes, unfortunately.
That makes me sad.
Well, I mean, she has issues and no impulse control. So yeah, I could totally see her doing that to her kid because it's all what she likes and what she thinks. She
Well,
doesn't care
and
about anyone else.
it just implies that the kid is an accessory, not that she really wanted one. I mean, I
Well, I
don't
mean,
know.
she kept saying how she wanted a dog. She got a dog, treated it as an accessory, and then gave it to her mom.
That's awful.
Mm-hmm. That's why I was when she was talking about, or when a couple different channels were saying that she was hoping to get pregnant. I was thinking, God, no, that is one of the last people that should have a kid. I think she'll be at least as bad a mother as KJ, if not worse.
Well, if she's already using the kid for content, I mean,
But at least Trisha has enough money where she can hire a nanny, so someone's taking care of the kid.
yeah, that's true. That's just, I mean, well, hopefully it's just online.
Oh, Trisha named her kid Malibu Barbie. Seriously.
And if she didn't, that's sort of a beautiful troll. Because because everyone believed it. And it's kind of a genius idea. Just be like, I'm just gonna put this nonsense name out there and then like at least give my kids some sort of anonymity. Sometimes I
I
tell
mean
myself
that would
things like
be.
that
I mean
to
that would
like
be
soothe
like
my
an
soul.
intelligent. That would be an intelligent trolling thing to do, but I doubt she did that. I find it more believable that she really named the kid that.
Yeah,
I
I do
mean,
too.
look how fascinated she is with everything pink. She even made her Rolls Royce pink.
Ugh. But did she do that so people would look at her when she drove by?
Oh, probably. She seems to want everyone's attention.
It is better than Blanket. Is
You
that
have a
Michael
point there,
Jackson kids?
but at least Blanket could probably trademark some things in his name. Well, depending. Um, but the a kid named Malibu Barbie, there are many areas she's never going to be able to trademark her name in because Mattel already owns it. I was
See,
watching one of the law tubers talking about that.
yeah, Emily D. Baker talked about it. Do you watch LawTube?
Off and on. Like I like Emily Baker because I really like her personality. And from that, I've watched some of Law and Lumber, some of Hogue, a little bit of Rekieta Law. I don't like Nick the Liar, or not Nick the Liar, Nate the Liar. Not really a fan of Uncivil. I mean, he's okay, but he can be so condescending at times.
Ugh, yeah. Did you see all that drama with them this week?
I heard something went on, but I didn't hear what something where he ended up having to apologize.
No. Um, it was Legal Bites, and
Oh, that wasn't about Uncivil. That was about Nick Rekieta, wasn't it?
yeah. No, it was the usual drama Grace case. It just like got stirred up even more. And Legal Bites sort of shot herself in the foot.
Well,
And then
the Umbrella guy showed a clip. Well, he had this long ass live. I only saw part of it, but he was going something about Nick Rekieta, and Legal Bites said something about him that he didn't like, but I never heard what she said. And then apparently, Legal Bites was on a stream with one of the other law tubers, and they were kind of going back and forth about Nick Rekieta.
yeah, it was all stupid because Nick Rekieta got kicked off YouTube. Like his channel
And
got,
Twitter.
yeah. But I mean, his channel got completely annihilated.
Yeah, I heard about that in midstream.
Yep. But then he's back on now. And I guess other law tubers were were like ticked off about the way other law tubers responded. And it pretty much was absolute bullshit. So they were saying, like, I would unsubscribe, but they didn't specifically name channels, but everyone knew what channel they were talking about. And then they brought up, like, fights they've had in the past and stuff. It was really ridiculous.
Well, Tug showed a clip of of Nick's of Rekida's first stream coming back, where he said he just played a clip of him saying that was nice to know how people really felt and how brave they were saying it after he was kicked off, and they thought there wouldn't be any repercussions.
And
I forgot exactly what he said, but it came across like really snarky. I'm like, yep, he's got a point. They're
yeah.
too cowardly to say anything to him. They waited until he was gone.
Well, and that's really, I don't think she said anything wrong, but she didn't enthusiastically like stand up and say this is bull. Like you could tell she was like, I don't care about him, and I'm not surprised it happened.
Yeah, well, that's the impression I got, but that she didn't support the reason why it happened to him, but she didn't really care that he was gone.
Yeah. Well, and she was like, is anybody surprised? No. I mean, I don't know.
But the platforms really have to do something better with their technology because the mass flagging is becoming so commonplace now.
Well, that was my big issue with it. I'm like, it's bullshit to like nuke a channel when you can clearly see it's being targeted. Like, at least go look at the content first. You know what I mean?
If anything, they should have technology to say, okay, if we're getting X number of negative complaints within this window of time on this channel, don't take any immediate action. Flag it to have a human reviewer go and look.
Yes.
But don't do anything yet.
Well, and I'm kind of confused why mass flagging works sometimes and doesn't other times. Yeah,
exactly, Grace Case. It should be.
Absolutely. Like, I mean, that should trigger something in their system and they're like, something's up. And actually, I would go check all the people who are flagging it, because I'd be like, let's take a look at some of their social media. Because they don't hide they're doing it. That's what's fascinating.
Well, see, if I was in charge of YouTube, not only would it switch to, okay, you have to have a human review it, don't take any action, it's a mass flagging. But if the human reviewer looks at it and says, no, this is fine, then every single account that did the mass flagging should lose the ability to flag anyone else.
At least for a period of time, yes.
Because obviously they're just being led by the nose, or it's a fake account.
Yeah. And I get the impression, YouTube does everything automatically. And I think that's ridiculous.
Oh, it is. And it's especially, it's gotten to the point where it should be a PR nightmare for them now, because it's being pointed out how incompetent they are, because they're just letting stuff happen automatically. Channels getting yeeted and all this other crap. The whole way they deal with copyright needs to be redone. Because
Yes.
just any company or person or wherever can go in and say, "Oh, I'm going to submit a copyright claim on this video," and boom, it's copyrighted. Or they get a notice, and stuff automatically starts happening just from that, without anyone actually going and looking at it. And then if the person, and what I think is really screwed up with it, is then if that channel says, wait, you can't copyright claim this is mine. If they try to fight it, they have to give their full legal name and address
to the person that
it's copyright claiming, which is a great way for a doxer to find out that information.
Yep.
And it's happened. people have been doxxed, and the only way they can avoid it is to actually pay for a lawyer to handle it for them, because then it's the lawyer's name and address that's being submitted.
That's so ridiculous.
Mm-hmm.
There's got to be a better way.
Oh, supposedly, some post offices you can get like a post office box address, but it looks like a real address. So I don't know if that could work. But you still have to give up your real name,
Yeah,
and they'd have at least the city that you live in.
that is weird. Well, and then crap, what was I just going to say? Oh, like KJ gets mass flagged all the time. So now her channel is marked as one that gets mass flagged. So any flag is just ignored.
Which it shouldn't be ignored. It should still go to a reviewer because, like in KJ's case, she's putting out a lot of defamatory crap.
Yeah, but I mean, I can see why they would be like, oh, it's just people, like same old people complaining again.
Yeah, or like when she's talking about CP and stuff.
Yeah, but she does most of that on her like Instagram and Facebook and all that. But I do think that everyone mass flagging her has given her more leeway to, manipulate and say things and get away with more.
Yeah, it's worked against people because now it's like, oh, now she can point to that and play victim.
Yeah. And
she'll be less likely
YouTube
to
will
be held
say
accountable.
it's the same people over and over that complain. So they'll be like, every time Jujubita says it, it's a bullshit one. So ignore anything, any complaint she puts in. So like people are just flagging their own accounts too as bullshit accounts. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really hoping the 7M thing doesn't just get a default judgment though. I hope it does go to court.
I don't know. Emily D. Baker said that courts don't like default judgments. So, oh, and I was going to say this earlier and I didn't. I figured it out that here's my theory on what happened. Because KJ said we did respond to the lawsuit. But I think she thinks that filing a motion to dismiss is responding to the lawsuit. And I think that's what happened. I mean, maybe they do Grace case, but I don't know.
Yeah, no idea.
I think it's just like, I think there's really no system in place. And if people figure out how to like trigger YouTube's system to like shut something down, then that's what they do. And like the KJ people haven't figured out how to trigger it correctly.
Well, luckily they're as competent as KJ.
Yeah. Because a lot of their complaints are not valid. A lot of them are. But, I mean, not enough to like boot her channel. And let her sink herself. I don't know. That's what I think. Don't watch her. Stop watching her, all the haters. You're the ones who give her the views.
Mm-hmm. Give her the views and the watch time. It helps her ad revenue.
Yeah. And I refuse to.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
Is that anybody I don't like? I'm like, you will not get one click from me. No way.
Yeah, that's why I went to my recommended page and just the channels, the creators I really don't like, blocked them from even showing up on my requested, so that way I don't accidentally click on one of their videos. Because before I did that, I did accidentally click on a video once. I didn't realize it was, but I wasn't paying attention and just saw the title and didn't look to see who it was by.
Yeah, it's tricky. Because, like, especially with all like the KJ ones, they can slip like one of her videos in there and you're like, whoa. Plus, there's like half the people that you don't, I don't know. And I try not to click on anybody I don't like anyway, because YouTube will then throw their whole channel at you. And that, like, I watched one little bunny video, and YouTube's like, you love bunnies? Here's every bunny video ever posted on YouTube. And I'm like, one video I
Yeah,
watched.
I don't need my entire feed to be filled with bunnies.
Right. But then it makes me not click on stuff because I'm like, oh, this will mess up my feed.
Well, plus sometimes it'll show, like if you click on something, like I watched, there was some kind of like, I can't remember what it's called, Chance's Home something. I don't know. Anyway, this guy goes and he tours, like there's a company that'll make like modular homes, and they'll have like demos set up, and this guy will go and tour some of them, and he'll tour one house will be a video, so the videos aren't that long. But I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. It just showed up in my recommended one day. I'm like, oh, that's kind of neat. But then in my recommended, it was recommending videos from like 8 months ago, a year ago. It's like, why
Yes.
isn't it at least recommending newer stuff?
Well, and then during the Johnny Depp trial, which I watched the trial, but then people were making like scam streams for crypto and stuff, and it would suggest them to me, and then I would block it, and it would pop back up exactly the same the next day, and I'd be like, I blocked that.
That's weird.
Yeah, like there was a channel named Johnny Depp. And some of them were just, they were showing like old interviews with Johnny Depp. And I'm like, I don't care about any of that. So I blocked those. And then the people just kept coming back. Maybe they just made another channel since YouTube lets everybody have the same names.
True. And I tended to click on the shorter videos. So like Tug's videos that were like, usually they were less than 10 minutes long. I'd be more likely to click on that than one that was like an hour plus long.
I know. Or like this one, no one will
It's
watch
like
this one.
It's like I just want to hear like the newest information, not his entire history from the time he was in diapers. Like there's a channel called Just In that was showing clips, and at first, like while the trial was going and everything, I'm like, all right, that's cool, because they're just doing, and normally they were like 3 or 4 minutes long, so like just some highlights. But after the trial, and especially more recently, it's like they're posting like 4 or 5 videos in a day, but they're clickbaiting the hell out of them, and like it's nothing new, or it's just supposition, or it's the same thing that they said in the previous video. So I started to ignore them.
Yeah, the scam channels like that annoy me. I'm like, I know you're working the system, but still you're wasting my time.
Mm-hmm. And when I start to get annoyed, I'll just start skipping through the ads.
I know. Well, here's my other thing that annoys me. Like on Claire's channel, so when I click into her live stream, I always let the ads play all the way through.
Mm-hmm.
But then when I get into the live stream, I'm like a minute behind in the stream. So I have to make
if you change the speed to like 1.25, it'll eventually catch up and then go back to normal speed.
Yeah, I do that. But depending on the channel, sometimes I have to manually go back in and change it back to normal speed. Versus like on EKC's channel, it always flips back to normal once I catch up.
Yeah, that's how it should do.
It doesn't on every channel.
But how could it play a higher speed when
it doesn't. Speed? It starts glitching then.
Oh.
So
wow.
Like at first you think your internet's going out because it'll do like it catches up, and then it like,
Buffers.
well, it doesn't buffer. It like gets choppy, and it'll bounce back a little bit, and it'll keep like going almost in and out. And it's it's real stupid because I always end up letting it go on longer than I should because I'll be like, "Oh shoot, my internet's jacking up." And then I'm like, "Oh no, that's cuz I was catching up on the stream." But it's not ever like EKC's always bounces back to normal and other channels don't.
That is odd. Because it sounds like it's a YouTube thing, so it seems like it should be the same for all the channels. That's odd.
Or maybe I'm just not patient enough now. Like it did it once to me and now I like catch it too quick. I don't know.
Yeah, I haven't noticed that. I haven't noticed that happen to me at all.
Because the only one, well, in like Claire's channel, if I get in there before, because she plays a long intro, so then I don't care. You know, I'm like, just let the ads play, and then I can fast forward through the intro and catch up. But I try to let the ads play for people I like, you know.
Well, after the ads play, if I think it hasn't really started, y'all just grab the slider and move it all the way to the right.
Yeah, that's what I do like for Claire's. I'm like, okay, cool. Although sometimes if the ad that comes up, like, what is this too? Because another channel I watch had the longest ads where they would be like 8 minutes long. Or every once in a while, like a 45-minute one will sneak in there. And I'm like, this isn't an ad. It's a whole nother video.
Yeah, I've seen an ad pop up where it was over an hour long.
Yeah.
Like, that's not an ad.
Like, there should be a time limit on these. Or it's gotten me before because some of the ads are like Bravo shows. And I'm like, how can you play this whole episode? So I think that I clicked on something and like clicked out of the video and clicked into a different video. Like, I'm like, where am I now?
I'm surprised. I haven't seen any of the Bravo ones, which is surprising because I follow Up and Adam, and all he does is talk about Bravo shows.
I
So
could be wrong
I'd be
about
surprised they
Bravo,
wouldn't put one on.
but it's like some reality show like that. Like it'll come up, and then I'm like, why is this playing?
Or a music video will start. It's like, I don't want to listen to this.
Yeah, I do skip those. I'm like, no. And then for a while, I was getting the iPhones, like when the new iPhone came out. I'm like, I don't have 8 minutes to learn about the camera on a phone I'm not going to buy. So,
Well, for a little while, it seemed like every other ad was something called, I think it was called Kichava or something like that. It's like, I don't drink coffee, so eh.
pistol shrimp videos, I don't know what those are. I love how I was like, okay, I'm going to shut it down. For real, I'm shutting it down. It's 3:00 where you live. It's 2:00 where I live.
Yeah, I got to go to bed.
I did too. And I have to go to the bathroom.
Although I still have Oreos sitting in front of me, so I kind of feel like I should eat them. But it's also 3:00 in the morning. I'm not really hungry.
I know. I left my Oreos on my table, which annoys me because I like to pick up before I go to bed. But I'm like, I'm not doing it.
Yeah, no, I'm actually putting the Oreos back in the package.
It's awesome.
And that milk is getting dumped because, yeah.
I'm sorry, Mrs. Cassandra. We're going to bed. I'm like, I did not expect us to go this long. It was fun, though.
Yeah, it was fun. Thanks for having me on.
Yeah, thanks for coming on. Thanks for the cookie discussion.
It was a short cookie discussion.
I think our first Oreo stream went great. I think we covered all the bases. Regular Oreos, buy them or don't. It's really your call.
They're
That's our
good.
that's our conclusion.
They're good. Not great, but good.
I mean, I do like them. I wouldn't call them my favorite cookie, but
Yeah. But I
I
mean, they're
don't know.
good to alternate with. So like, have Oreos one time, and then maybe the next time I'll have like chocolate chip or something like that, and then maybe have Oreos again or something.
I mean, they're good in ice cream though. Oreos get the ice cream game down.
See, I don't like mixing cookies with ice cream. It just makes the cookies harder.
See, I like cookies and cream ice cream. It
Oh,
was fun.
cookies and cream ice cream, yeah. But I mean, just like putting cookies in ice cream. Yeah.
I know. We're real serious about cookies. 5 hours. Did you guys read my description on this video though? What did I
Oreo
put?
analysis, flavor original.
I put join us as we overanalyze a cookie that has been around and isn't going anywhere. So I was like,
Well, it sounds better than listen as we briefly discuss Oreos for about 10 minutes and then talk about everything else under the sun. And I
and then
get sidetracked.
in every other stream, I'm like, guys, don't talk about Oreos in here. Save it for the Oreo stream where we don't discuss Oreos. All right, Grace Case is right. We're shutting it down. Get
All
out of
right.
here. Have a
Good
good
night,
night.
everybody.
Bye, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
Bye, everybody.
I'm ending it.